Welcome to day 2 of the monthly finals. I'm Carbon Finn, joined here with Itsu and Eric to bring you an amazing day of Clash Esports. Itsu, are you ready?
I am so ready. We have seen some crazy matches yesterday. We have seen some incredible approaches, attacks, and everything. And I cannot wait to see who is going to get crowned with the first golden ticket, Eric, today.
Yeah, this is going to be wild here. So many good teams here, and this is the big day. This is the one we've all been waiting for, and I can't wait to get it started.
Indeed. So let's learn how these players got to this day here and this weekend. First, they started off in the open qualifiers. That was open to every single person in Clash of Clans. And then it narrowed it down to the top 128 teams to compete in stage 2, the monthly qualifiers, which was last weekend. And now today is stage 3, the monthly finals, where we will be giving away today 1 golden ticket and 1 silver ticket to then play in the last chance qualifier. So let's learn a little bit more about the format overview here today, Itsu.
That's right. We have started with 6 teams in this double elimination bracket, with the top 2 seeded teams getting a bye in the first round. But by now, we're already down to only 4 teams in this bracket, which means we will find out the golden ticket today. Every match is getting played in a 5 vs 5 clan war, with every player having 1 attack to do, and the first place is going to earn the golden ticket to the world's finals, while the second seed is going to get then the silver ticket for the last chance qualifier. So quite a few changes compared to then last year, Eric.
There are some big changes. That 6-team format there is going to change things a lot because it puts a lot more pressure on the teams to qualify early because there's less opportunities, and it rewards the teams who have the highest performances and gives them that first round bye. So obviously they want to go for that, and they are gunning for it, and it's helping out Na'Vi today. It didn't really help out Milsim MG though.
Yeah, it didn't help them, but we are going to have a huge prize pool that these teams are fighting for. Overall, in the whole tournament, $1 million prize pool, but here, still today, $18,000 first place with that golden ticket, Itsu.
That's right, but there is just so much more on the line with the 5th and 6th team already. They got knocked down yesterday, but they are already with those $5,000 on the line and got that already. But let's take a quick look at the bracket and see where we're currently standing, Eric.
Well, we've seen 2 teams get eliminated so far. Yesterday, we saw VM Surgical and Milsim MG get knocked out, but now we're down to 4 in the upper bracket. Na'Vi and Vatang are preparing for their upper bracket finals. And our first matchup of the day is going to be our defending world champions over free agents and the runner-up from last year's world championship, Synchronic, for a world championship rematch right there. But throughout the day, we're going to have either 4 or potentially 5 wars if we get a bracket reset in the grand finals. So no matter what, we got a big day of wars.
We do have some big wars coming up here, so let's go and take a look at our predictions on who we're thinking is going to win these first set of wars here. And I'm going with free agents with match number 7, and then I'm taking Vatang, and the only one out on Vatang here is myself, and we're split across the board for match number 7. But if you guys want to earn rewards by submitting your predictions and more, you can go to event.supercell.com/clash-of-clans. The place to be to earn in-game rewards with everything you do over there. But oh wow, we've got a split across the board here for the first match here today. Itsu, why are you taking Synchronic?
I don't know. I feel like they have done really incredible. They are the winner of the World's warm-up already earlier this year. I think they are really good at understanding the base meta. They're really good at understanding how to counter specific base layouts. So I'm putting my money on them. The community seems to agree, while you guys are more than on the other side, on the free agent side, I guess, Eric, right?
Well, you're looking at your defending world champions right there, and technically they have slightly better stats here, but really, if you look at the stat lines between the 2 teams here, they are almost identical. This is as much of a head-to-head even match as we could possibly have here, Carbon Fin.
Yeah, it's going to be a close match, and This is a rematch of last year's World Championship, where Synchronic was known as Repotted Gaming, and then Free Agents was Clash Champs. But still, many of the same players here. As we're taking a look at the lineup here for Synchronic, where we have Philip, General X, Mark, Simon, and Einstein, and it's all about speed. We're assuming these teams are going to go try to get perfect wars. So can they be quick with it? As now this is a majority of the returning lineup here for the defending world champions, Itsu.
Yes, this time under the name of Free Agents with Selenio, Pato, Bernal, Leo, and Loop. On that lineup, the stats as well are looking incredible. With Loop, well, he has to really step things up if they want to make sure that they're getting to this 15 score, which so far in most of those matches pretty much guaranteed gave you the win. Only one exception so far. We had a perfect tie. But other than that, always 15 stars were able to clutch out the victory. So the question now is, do people change up their plans or maybe rotate through different strategies? But what are you saying on the website? It seems like 62% of you are saying Synchronic are going to win. That is kind of one-sided, I want to say, Eric.
Well, I also have to wonder if the name Free Agent, since they're used to seeing that team under a different name, may have skewed the vote right there. Maybe they didn't realize that is the former Clash Champs. They're currently an unsigned team, and so they're being under the name Free Agents. But that is our defending World Championship. That has 4 out of 5 of last year's World Championship roster on it, with the addition of Bernal as their new 5th player. So that is a very stacked roster with a lot of history, and you cannot underestimate what they can do right now.
Yeah, they're going to be bringing a lot of 3 stars for sure. And this is a lower bracket match, which means that if you lose, you are eliminated, as we will have this next match after this is going to be Na'Vi taking on Vatang in the upper bracket. So the winner of this match will be able to continue through, but still has to make their way all the way back to the grand finals, as we will have the first attacker, which is going to be Simon here going up against Selenio. But we are going to say goodbye to Eric here for the first match, and he will be back for the next match versus Na'Vi and Vatang. But Itsu, this is going to be a stellar of a match.
This is going to be indeed. It's like a rematch, as you guys pointed out. It's going to be a really epic showdown for both of those teams with their new additions. And we have early on Synchronic having to attack first. Selenio then on the defensive side. And again, as always, the question remains, what is going to be the strategy we're going to see? Root Riders are likely. And hey, I'm just so good at predicting. How did I manage to guess that we're going to see those Root Riders?
Oh yes, Root Riders and Valkyries. It is very efficient at getting quick 3 stars, and that is what they're trying to do here with the Root Riders. We've got a skeleton spells up to the top side, distracting that monolith, sending the warden. The Root Riders headhunters up at the top and finding a few springy traps as the king is placed on the left, followed by the queen, as well as the jump spell is going to allow the king to continue into the multi.
Yeah, this base yesterday has defended, so the question is, can they defend the Root Riders again? I think it should be a 97% 2-star. That's what the result yesterday was for this base versus Root Riders, actually. But is it going to stop Simon with his approach, which is completely different to what we have seen yesterday? The healer puppet is getting utilized on that queen, while the core is just so much damage for the Root Riders. The channel has to finally drop down now.
Yeah, as the tower goes down, the Root Riders are continuing to push their way through with their freeze on the left side, as more Super Barbarians are coming into the bottom side just past that 1-minute mark. Super Minions from that Siege Barracks continuing to push his way through, taking out the ground. Expo barely has just a little bit of health, as a world champion needs to make her way over to help finish it off.
Yeah, yesterday the base defended. Today it is going to fall versus the powerhouse of Synchronic, and Simon is getting the job done here. Well done, getting that 3-star in with a 1 minute and 21 seconds. So overall, pretty solid attack when it comes down to time as well.
Yeah, great job with the minute 21. These teams are going to be looking to get a time around a minute 20, minute 15, minute 10 to be as close to the 60-second mark as possible. We did see an attack that was like 64 yesterday from players. We'll be able to see under the 60-second. We didn't see any of that yesterday, but they're trying to be quick. We saw a bunch of Root Riders and Valkyries, Also, E-Dragons are very quick attack as well. So those are one of the best shots at trying to be quick. But then we also saw some other attacks, which we may see again, of using some bunch of Yetis, log launchers, who knows? All depends on the base designs. As we're seeing Pato go in with the Root Riders, Valkyries as well, and attacking from the right side corner.
Yeah, the interesting thing defensive-wise on this base is that it's not using any poison towers. We have seen a lot of teams opting into that poison tower to make sure that there is slowdown versus those Root Riders, but this base is all about the Rage Tower. Take a look at that. The Town Hall should get raged up. All 3 Inferno Towers, the new merged cannon, everything is going to be raged up, and that's going to be a lot of damage as soon as that Rage Tower is going to trigger.
Yeah, as the Warden did burn the ability already, he does still have the King and Queen abilities, but he's going to have to deal with these Ice Golems as the Valkyries may just lock onto him, or even that Poison Lizard as the Town Hall goes invisible. Continuing his way through the Town Hall should come back now, but the Town Hall is not going down, and these Ice Golems are right in the way of the Royal Champion.
And that's what I just said. The Rage Tower, even though he froze those defenses, oh no, the Root Riders were just disappearing and the Town Hall is left standing. The Queen is still there to finish off the job, hopefully, to get that Town Hall out of the way. And I think the rest of the base should fall shortly, but the time is going to be the deciding factor because there is going to be storage at the top side out of range of that Queen.
Yeah, those storages are going to take a lot of time for this Queen to help get up to the top side there, with her beating through not only one wall, but she's got to go through another set of walls to grab the top side storage. If that one archer doesn't take it down in too much time, the Queen will be able to have plenty of time here just to walk right through these walls, but time is ticking, and this one can make all the difference. Where we saw a match yesterday where Millicene and Kingsman unfortunately did get above a 2-minute triple, and that cost him the war because of time.
Yeah, that is always the option on the highest level in this competition. And this is for sure what those two teams are. The Archer, it's trying his best to take down the storage at the top so that the Queen can reach that other elixir storage, but I think that will be still some time for the Queen to get through the wall.
Yeah, Queen's gonna have to get through this wall with that Archer. Too bad it wasn't like a wizard or something over there to be able to help take that down, but it's just a 2.5-minute attack here. Definitely taking its time. And now, what is that going to do for Synchronic? Are they going to be having a different mindset coming into their second attack because they know that time now is completely on their side?
Yeah, that's for sure an option, that they're going in with different approaches, but at the same time, I do not really think that they're going to mix things up that much, as long as they're not having like a solid lead when it comes down to stars. I don't see that change coming, and especially those players are really, really good with those Root Riders. Einstein being the next player, and he has already been really solid with incredible quick attacks. I think we had Eric yesterday talking about, like, he has right now one of the records, at least, for a really quick time for attacking below the 60-second mark. Can you reproduce something today versus the base of Pato?
That is the question. Will they be able to do exactly that? But as we're going to see Einstein now coming in with the Root Riders and Valkyries. We do have a Healer Puppet on the Queen, which we're seeing quite a bit, as well as the Hog Rider Puppet on the Royal Champion. So 18 Super Barbarians able to be used on the outside to really help with cleanup towards the end of the attack, as the King is down with that Queen. Send some funnels. Gonna push this King and Queen into the left. Root Riders down to the bottom side, as we're gonna now send a jump spell. Ooh, is the King gonna take the jump spell in towards that single target Inferno?
I think he does indeed. The King is jumping into that compartment where we have the Root Riders going right into form this bottom side, but there's a triple single Inferno Tower setup. So as long as he's not distracting those, it could get messy, but exactly that has been done. There's certain spells out there to distract those Inferno Towers, and this means they're not getting any damage out onto those Root Riders.
Yeah, that Town Hall is surrounded by the walls right in the core of this space, and these Ice Golems are going to be quite annoying as he continues to try to push his way through. The Queen is going right through the wall with that King's assistance, pops the Queen ability. She's going to be able to reach over, grab the Town Hall here, as the Royal Champion did burn her ability, and he's continuing to move right through the top side.
Ooh, but wait a second, there's still quite a bit of defenses left at the top side, right? The super minions have to clear that out. Right now, with the air defense going down, that should be the case. Or are there any other traps? The wizard tower is left standing. The queen is stuck on those ice golems. The fox actually survived while the royal champion went down. So the fox is now on her own, trying to actually take down the remaining defenses and buildings.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take it down, but, you know, give it a little bit of time back to free agents as the super minions are going to go for this storage and help to get that 3-star. But you never know when it comes down to time here. As another 3-star coming in for Synchronic. And now they're still going to have the lead here in terms of the average attack duration at being 1:40 here for Einstein.
That's right, but the triple are coming in for both sides. Leo is up next for free agents. He's going to be the attacker, while now Einstein has to somehow defend on the other side. The first base of Synchronic looked already really promising, though. Like it was a 3-star, but it was a close one for sure, with pretty much only the Archer Queen left alive at the end of the attack. So the question is, can they really make the life for free agents hard? We have another base here. And this time around, though, it's going to be the double poison tower. But this base, it's not... Oh, this kind of hurt my eyes. It's not really symmetrical. It's like something in between. This one wall in the middle of the base is looking really strange.
Yeah, it's just a little bit off there, but, you know, that's the design, to make it a little annoying to attack, and you never know, it could cause that fail. All you need is one fail, and that's going to greatly help your chances of getting a victory at this stage of the competition, as we have heroes placed at the bottom side, while the Siege Barracks and P.E.K.K.A. are trying to path their way straight into that ground expo to the top, with the Warden, Root Riders, and Velks off to the left.
Yeah, the Barbarian King is going to use the ability really soon to get that protection, but it's kind of late. He still get that freeze done, so the King is going to get some more protection from the spell usage, but this means one spell is down and cannot be used for any other purposes.
Yeah, as the Warden ability goes off, does freeze the Eagle, but the Town Hall stays unfrozen, so he decides to now freeze up the Town Hall and that Scatter Shot as he's continuing right through the core. The Queen does have access to the bottom side as the wall is open, since he was able to wall break that as he now passed through with a Town Hall Poison, does decide to make the Root Riders invisible a little bit, which also helps to protect the Royal Champion as she still has her ability.
She has the ability, indeed, the Royal Champion as well, but the troops are slowly getting taken care of. There are the Hog Riders now from that Royal Champion equipment. The Queen, though, is still untouched, and the Hogs are giving a great tanking opportunity to that Royal Champion, and she should be able to finish off the job again. It is going to be that 3-star, but it's again over the 1:30 mark, which could be crucial moving forward in this match.
Yeah, that's a great triple here from Leo, but they're still focused on getting those 3-stars. 1:33 here. They're going to have to start to really bring that down to about 65 seconds if they want to really bring the average attack duration closer to Synchronic, but you never know. Just that one fail, 199%. Could change the outcome of this war. We've seen the 1-stars. It happens, which I would say it's more likely to 1-star in this kind of meta than we even saw from like last year, just because of you're going for speed. You can mess something up where you don't drop that funneling troop just in time, and your heroes start walking and leave that town hall up.
Yeah, especially with the overgrowth spell, which some teams like to use a lot, but so far has not been used really in this match. And again, we do not see it in this attack either. General X is ready to attack this base with a lot of super barbarians, but as well a great mix between Valkyries and those Root Riders, which have been so powerful in this tournament.
Yeah, with an Ice Golem right on the outside, freezing everything up, getting through the enemy Queen and the defensive King. We even had the Royal Champion over there, all the heroes defending that Town Hall, as his King is looking to help secure it, with the Root Riders and Vel coming on the complete opposite side as the King ability goes off, and the Queen's going to walk her way right to the bottom.
Yeah, she's staying on the outside, making sure those outside buildings are going down and getting taken care of. He even has a wall break to get that queen into the expo range to take that out. And as all of this is happening, we have the root riders then from the top side going in. And we can see as well why people are putting their lizards onto the warden to deal with those clank out the troops. The lizard now dealing with those lava pups, so they have no chance of dealing any damage. And that is a great showcase of why really the pros are using this current pet combination on pretty much every root rider attack they're doing.
And with a freeze on the ricochet cannon and ground expo, decides to also freeze up that scatter shot, continuing to move on through, taking out this bottom side. One final freeze to keep as many troops alive as possible to help with the damage output. And there it is, another freeze, taking it down for a 3-star here for General X of Synchronic.
1 minute 17 seconds, really strong attack here, and this gives Synchronic the average time of 1 minute and 26 seconds. Well, on the other side so far for agents with only 2 attacks, but still they have the average time of 2 minutes and 4 seconds. So there's a huge difference right now. Bernal needs to do a quick attack. He has done quite a few of those dragon attacks recently, but especially versus the double invisibility towers with the then giant arrow, for example. But I don't think that Synchronic are going to bring one of those bases, since, well, so far they have not shown anything like this on the defensive side. Instead, they're going back to the rage towers, and that's a lot of damage. But Bernal is staying with those dragons. And now the question is, how good can they handle all of this damage of the rage towers? Because they are still incredibly strong.
Yeah, with 10 dragons here, we saw them going with triple clones and dragons yesterday, but the difference was those were going up against the bases with double invis spells, and they ended up using giant arrows. Very unique combinations here, as we're seeing now the dragons going in from the top side, as he's just going to go with a bunch of freezes that help really freeze up the whole core section, while the Warrior Eternal Tome can help protect these dragons.
Yeah, the Eternal Tome ability has been used to push even quicker into the core and without any damage on those dragons. The rage towers are going off, but right now they're not doing anything. Now he has to use those freezes. Not sure why the cannon has been frozen, since it's only targeting ground, but he's now using the freeze onto the scatter and the multi-archer tower. The back end super Barbarians to speed things up even faster. But wait a second, there's still some defenses left in the core with the sweeper covering them as well.
Yeah, but the Royal Champion's going to be able to continue to run through the bottom side, making her way back to that scatter shot. The dragons were able to help come towards the scatter now and taking it down. And Bernal, indeed, is getting a 3-star here for free agents. But the time, that is always in the back of your mind. Bernal getting that 3-star with 10 dragons here. Quite a bit of blues and super barbarians on the backside to help clean it up, to help try to speed that attack up. Posting a 1 minute and 15-second attack. That is pretty quick.
Yeah, and especially it's going to push their average time down, which means they are improving that time from 2 minutes and 5 or 6 seconds on average. Yeah. They're now going down to 1 minute 47 seconds and getting closer to the average time of Synchronic. Still, on average, 21 seconds slower, which is a lot. I mean, on average, 21 seconds, that is quite a bit if you're adding that up. But Philip is up next for Synchronic, and he has to get first the 3-star, but as well secures a quick one if he wants to keep his team in the lead. And it's going to be the Electro Dragons with that next attack and some really sneaky minions to get that first defense already out of the way.
Oh, taking out that double cannon with the E-Dragons coming on down to the left side. More balloons with that Warden. Queen and King are already placed. There's an early Warden ability. The double rage looking to help rage up these E-Drag chains as he continues to push into the core. As he freezes up that Eagle, also clips one of the sweepers. But we do have the double poison in the core as he goes with a Stone Slammer here to fly on in.
Yeah, the Stone Slammer, a great addition just in power. Keep freezing those sweepers. Going against those sweepers is really a tough call. But so far, his spell management was incredible. Tower going down and the Eagle on top of that as well. This is looking really good as long as he can overpower that back end.
Yeah, look at these E-Dragons at the bottom side, moving on through. Even has the Royal Champion coming in from the top, going to be able to burn her ability. Probably with the hogs, typically is what they like to use here. to really try to help overwhelm these defenses, and indeed that's what he uses as the RC is moving on through. Queen's ability goes off, and Philip is getting a very nice and quick triple here, adding to the score of Synchronic. They had a total of a 65-second total lead, and this is only going to look to try to help to add to that.
That's right, Synchronic so far not only completely perfect on the 3-star rate, but as well perfect on the time. They're really quick, really solid attack so far. 1 minute and 23 seconds on average on their side. But we have Loop now as the next attacker for free agents. He has been the one who, I don't even know if you can call it struggle, because he still has like an above 80% hit rate, but he has at least right now the lowest hit rate, unfortunately, for free agents. Can he make sure that he's securing that 3-star and maybe gets even a quick one to make sure that there's some pressure on the last attacker of Synchronic?
Yeah, they got to get as close to 60 seconds, and this is where, in their mind, you know you have to be quick. So does it change what you do? Meaning that you could end up failing because you're trying to be too quick. As he drops the baby dragon and queen right away, as we go with a giant arrow to snipe some valuable sweepers. Fantastic value there from the queen, so he doesn't have to end up using any freezes onto the sweepers to stop him from pushing back the dragons. As he goes in with the blimp warden ability, so he gets triple clone what comes out of this blimp.
Oh, the tomato trap though. The tomato trap is hitting that blimp. Oh. Is he going to still make it into the clone? And yes, there is the huge wave of loons getting cloned into the core. Oh, wait a second, Carbon. Both multi-arch towers stayed alive behind the town hall, and the clone did get not much value, to be honest.
Yeah, they got the town hall, which is definitely what you want down, but with those multi-archer towers still remaining, it's going to do a lot of damage on this Royal Champion that he now sent in towards that Ricochet Cannon. And hopefully that Spare Fox can stay alive, as the Royal Champion got pulled a little bit to the ground, Skellies. Her ability is Force. Eagle Artillery locks onto some of the hogs as the RC is working through the multi-archer tower now.
Yeah, right now, asking myself, is that right now the strategy they prefer with the masked dragons? Or maybe is it because, I don't know, they didn't really see the entry point for the Root Riders? Because right now, this is not looking good, Carbon. Loop might get not that 3-star, which was needed so badly from free agents to get pressure on the Synchronic side. And he is falling short. He tried to go quick, but this is backfiring quite a bit right now.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get a 3-star here, which now Synchronic know that all they have to do is get a 2-star and above whatever this finishes off at in terms of percentage-wise, which it looks like it's going to be about a 92% here for Loop. So as long as Synchronic in the final attack here for Mark gets a 93% 2-star, they will be victorious to advance in the lower bracket.
Yes, and for me still, I would love to see maybe if Synchronic is going to win this match in a later match of this tournament, would love to see some of their bases getting attacked with those masked Root Riders. Those double raid tower setups within that core of the base looks really dangerous. We have seen it once where the Root Riders just disappeared. They just got melted out of the damage which was located in the core of the base. And right now, it seems like that free agents have opted into the Dragon attack. It has worked once for Banal, but not on the second one. And now it's back to Synchronic, back to the Root Riders. But we have, again, the Poison Towers. And yes, they're slowing down the Root Riders, but it does not really add that much damage output to the village overall and to the defenses.
Yeah, especially when you can use that Warden Eternal Tome to help negate any of the damage, plus the healing and then back on up. You just push through that poison, and then it doesn't really affect you after that, as the King can burn his ability to eventually get into that single as he drops 2 skeleton spells to provide the nice distraction, which also pulls the poison spell so it doesn't slow that King down.
Yeah, the King so far, though, is getting incredible value. Those jump spell approaches of Synchronic so far has been insane. And if you're playing Root Riders as well yourself, that's for sure something you want to maybe pick up to improve your attacks and your triple rate even further, because those jump approaches with the Barbarian King are really strong, and that is showcased in a lot of those attacks of the pro so far, with the Root Riders slowly passing the Town Hall. Poison in the back end, we have the Royal Champion in addition to all of those P.E.K.K.A from the siege barracks slowly making their way through the back end.
Yeah, with that queen continuing from the bottom, a lot of super barbs coming around. He's racking up the percentage and looking to even 3-star to get a perfect war for Synchronic as he's burned all abilities. He can't do anything at this point and just sit back and watch his troops finish off Leo's base for a perfect war. 15 stars for Synchronic, which means they will be advancing in the lower bracket here and winning this match. Congrats to Synchronic. But free agents will have one final attack to do, which will be Seleno, as Synchronic Mark does get a 1 minute and 25 second triple.
Yeah, and the next opponent then for Synchronic is going to be either Na'Vi or Vatang from the upper bracket, because that is going to be our next match. And I think that one is going to be incredible. Both teams putting up insane stars. So that's for sure something you can get hyped for later. But Seleno is doing, as you said, the last attack for this match, trying to get another 3-star in to really make sure that they are getting that at least bittersweet taste, I guess, for this match overall.
Yeah, Synchronic was the team that actually won the World's Warm-Up, the first esports tournament that was held this year. So Synchronic is going to look to win the second, which is the first official one to be given out a golden ticket. So that is the tournament. This is the one that you want to win here today so that you can get invited to the World Championship later at the end of this year. Seleno is coming in with the Root Riders and Velks, and he is using the Overgrowth. So this is the first time today that we're seeing it here in this match with the Overgrowth spell to be able to use to get some nice value to help stall up and freeze things, make things invisible so that you can continue and that prevent that damage from hitting your troops.
Is he going to use that on the Rage Tower in the core? Because it seems like that would be getting quite a lot of value. Or is there another place where he would like to get that spell getting used? The Rage Tower going off? No, that is really, really smart. Using the Overgrowth after the Rage Tower is getting triggered to completely make this Spell Tower useless.
Yeah, great idea there. So that spell is going to absolutely disappear. So it won't be raging up the core anymore, as they will come back around to then deal with the middle of the base, as he still has the Queen ability and Royal Champion with another 2 freezes and a rage of his own. And there it is. Now he can target the core as the Warden is there with the Queen to be able to help take that down, as he needs to move his way to the top side. It's looking good for his heroes to finish off the remaining defenses.
Yeah, he has another freeze to make sure that this Royal Champion with all of the Hog Riders now is staying safe. The haste is really... Oh my... Well, those healers from the healer puppet did not get that much value, but at least he got all the Black Mines for us triggered if you want to copy the base. I mean, that was nice.
But well done there to Synchronic, as they are going to be getting a perfect war, 15-14. And in terms of total time, free agents was 1minute 44, a total time above what Synchronic got. Yes, they also had the fail as well, but congrats to Synchronic. They would be advancing, and now they're going to be waiting the team that is the loser, the team that loses the next match of Na'Vi and Vatang, because the next match, which between Na'Vi and Vatang, whoever wins is guaranteed a silver ticket just for winning that match, because then you'll be in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think so far both of the next teams, Na'Vi and Vatang, are just 15-star machines. They are just non-stop 3-starring. But let's take a look at a couple of the highlights of this match which we just had between free agents and Synchronic, with some really, really close calls as well on both sides from time to time, with the bases making things, well, a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, with that Town Hall in the core and using all those walls to try to help prevent the troops from initially going to it right away. You never know. We've seen these bases cause 1-stars because your troops go around it. Town Hall is not activated in time. You're trying to be quick with your attack. But there it is. Bernal also coming in with a 3-star using something different, which was the Dragons. But unfortunately, it was Loop's attack with the Dragons of the triple clone that unfortunately did not get a 3-star. But even if it did 3-star, they still would not have had the time in order to win.
Yes, the time was in favor of Synchronic pretty much all the time and all the way through with this last attack, then finishing things off, and Selenio getting that 4-star burst, this really annoying looking core rage tower base. But the final score is going to be 15-14 with 3 agents slipping up only once, but that was enough to Synchronic to pull through.
Yeah, let's take a look at the MVP of this match, which belongs to General X, the captain of Synchronic, getting 33% of the votes, which you guys can vote over on the website at event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. So be sure to check it out, where you can also get rewards by making predictions. So definitely head over there, and then that's where the place to be. So great job to Synchronic. Now they're going to sit back and watch to see who their next opponent is going to be. But let's welcome back Eric here. Eric, what a match that we had. It was a rematch of last year's World Championship Finals.
Yeah, we've been talking about how if you are knowing that your opponent is likely to get a perfect war, that you just keep that pressure on. You keep going with the fast attacks there, and if they start getting reckless and trying to speed these things up even more, then they start to make mistakes. And we saw that in that match right there. We saw that Synchronic was able to consistently get a better attack time than free agents, and then free agents started to get a little bit reckless, and they made mistakes, and it played out exactly the way that Synchronic would have wanted it to go. So, a very interesting match.
Yeah, definitely a great match nonetheless. Still 15-14, still a very close war, but it was still heavily on the Synchronic side with time. But great job, as now we're going to get ready for the next match here today. Match number 2, which is going to be Navi taking on Vatang here at 2.
Yeah, and those two teams, take a look at those stats. This is just incredible. Vatang, if you take a look at the stats with 99.6% average destruction, 14.8 stars, this is already insane. But then you take a look at Navi, which is like 99.9, and then I guess you could put even numbers behind that with like, I don't know, 99.3 or something, and 14.9 average stars. This is just mind-blowing. But let's take a look at the roster of Vatang first, Eric.
Absolutely. Vatang is hitting very, very strong. And if I remember right, they still have a player with a 100% hit rate there, which is very, very impressive. And there it is right there, DP. But all of his teammates are not far behind him right there with, it looks like Spray maybe has, I think it's like 3% off of the total there for every miss they've had throughout the entire course of this World Championship qualifier. So you can see how rare they miss. Spray with 1 miss, Kilberos with 2, Invincible LG with 2, and Lancelot with 3 misses total, which is insane because that's like 35, 36 wars deep, which is even more crazy when you look over at Navi and you see that, I think I ran the exact numbers, and they have 378 out of 380 triples. They have had 2 misses this entire season for this golden ticket competition, and both of them unfortunately came from Gaku, but everybody else is perfect. And if Gaku's your weak link, then you're in a really, really good spot, because those stats would make him a star player on almost any team in the world.
I mean, he absolutely would be. It's crazy to think that they are perfect at every single one of their attacks except for 2. And Gaku, he knows they're both of his attacks there, but looking to bring in 3 stars apiece. And we're assuming this is going to be a 15-15. And so which one is going to be able to be quicker? So let's take a look at the predictions here. And I'm the one that is standing out amongst the rest here. And the reason why I'm picking this, one, I already knew you guys are all picking Navi, right? But I don't know. I just have a feeling. You know, am I jinxing Vatang, meaning that Navi's gonna win, or are all 3 of you jinxing Navi, meaning Vatang is gonna win? And maybe I just have the 200 IQ and I can already see the future.
I can just tell you from yesterday, picking the underdog is not always the best idea. It's just, it hasn't worked out for me yesterday, but maybe for you today, Vatang for sure. If there is a team which has a chance versus Navi, it has to be Vatang. They were so far incredible. But I think the community is kind of on the side of Navi a little bit, 75%. I think this has to be one of the most one-sided fan votes so far, I think, which we had, which I think is just represented by the pure strength and stats, which are in favor of Navi, Eric.
Absolutely. However, Navi's also a big fan favorite because they have so much presence throughout the Clash of Clans community, where Vatang took a little bit of time off there over the last couple of years, and they weren't pushing their esports teams as hard as they normally do. And so they've had a massive resurgence here, and man, what a roster they put up here! What a performance they've had so far. So, I think this is going to be like grand finals levels. If we could even see them come back and face each other again in the grand finals, that'd be even better. But then again, Synchronic would be a crazy match as well. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there in the long term. But this one's bound to be a good one.
Yeah, we have at least 3 more matches. This one, the match in the lower bracket, and then the grand finals, and then a possible bracket reset. Because if you win from the upper bracket, then you have the second chance opportunity, since this is a double elimination. It's not a all one match in the grand finals. It's not how it is. It's all about giving the teams 2 chances, and that is what we're going to be seeing here today. So we're going to be saying goodbye here to Itsu for this match, as we get ready for Navi taking on Vatang. Oh man, this is going to be a fantastic match. Like you said, Eric, this could be a grand finals, and we may see the team that loses this one literally come back here. So with you guys picking Navi, I'm taking Vatang. I guess obviously someone's got to have the correct prediction on this here, but if there is one single player in this whole match here, Itsu, really quickly, which one are you going to keep your eye on from the sideline?
I mean, that's really tough to call. Maybe Gaku, but I mean, yes, he had 2 fails, but like, come on, we all know Gaku. Has been the MVP of plenty different tournaments. We know he can show up, and he will show up when his team needs him. But I feel like just stats-wise, because this is kind of nice storytelling-wise, because he is, as Eric called it, kind of weak link in Navi, even though it sounds just so weird. But so I guess it's really weird to say that, yeah. But like, so I think for me it would be Gaku. How about you, Eric?
I think a lot of eyes are on Stars, because Stars has been he's been doing some crazy things recently, but I have noticed there are a lot of people are running Root Riders. Stars almost never uses them, so he's always going to go against the meta a little bit there, and he has his own style, and he's very consistent with it.
Yep, and we're going to be assuming that they're going to be bringing that perfect war, and if one team fails, that could be the difference maker here, as we're going to see Spray start off with the first attack, going to be going up against Kazuma, and Spray loves to attack first for Vatang, and he's going to be looking to bring the time as well. Most likely going to be coming in with E-Drags. I guess we'll have to see that, as we now will indeed say goodbye here to Itsu, as Eric and I are going to be getting ready. Oh, actually, no, not Itsu. Myself. You guys are going to be.
Get out of here, Carbon.
That's right. That's right. I'm already. I'm like, I want to jump into this. This is going to be such a good.
Yeah, he wanted in on it. Of course he does.
I did.
He tried to be sneaky.
Take it away.
I was already confused. He really tried it really hard, but it is going to be for sure a match you want to cast, because those 2 teams have shown no weakness whatsoever over the first couple of matches. And we have, as always, Spray for Vatang starting things off. He has been the first attacker for his team, and he is in with the Dragons this time around.
You really couldn't have asked for a better upper bracket finals than this. These teams are monsters, but that blimp is going to sail in there for Vatang. Going to go in, and we'll see if he can get that Town Hall down there. Concentrated Trap has the invisible tower right there, but it's delayed because of the extra. Oh, he gets it down. He gets the Town Hall down and gets the invisible tower down because of the angle that he hit from. So that actually works out there, Itsu.
That works out indeed, but he has to be careful with the Single Inferno Tower, which is located behind the Eagle Artillery. The heroes have to finish off still strong for this back end, but he has still quite a few of those dragons with the Inferno Dragons in the mix as well, still alive, with plenty of spells left actually.
Use that Road Champion ability really early into the attack there. Did he have Hogs with his Road Champion? I didn't even see any pop off there. I just see that the Road Champion surged forward with the Haze Vial, and so he'll freeze in the back end there. She still survives, so she obviously didn't need him if they weren't there. But a triple out of the gate here. Wow, what a fast attack there. What was the official attack time on that for Spray? As it was under a minute at 10. I saw that, and I think it was... yeah, a 69-second attack here out of the gate for Spray. That was brilliant.
And then the current meta is actually a huge deal, because we have said already that putting up the pressure on the other team is a really, really big thing, because this is where then some mistakes are happening. We have seen it with the last match with free agents having to kind of like go crazy to somehow catch up to a Synchronic on time. And if one of the teams getting this early lead in time, the other team is really getting pressured and like going even crazier, going even faster, deploying troops even faster, which then can lead to mistakes, and that can then result in, well, things just not going your way.
Yeah, and getting that that was really, really fast there. Like, we've been seeing a lot of the teams averaging around a minute and 20 to a minute and 30, sometimes up to a minute and 40 in some cases. But to be competitive, you need to be around that 1 minute and 20 second mark. And so getting under sub 1 minute and 10 is extremely impressive. And it is rare that we see that end up happening. So that's how you put the pressure on early. But then we also know that P. Castro can return that attack there in an equally as fast attack time. And we'll see if Invincible LG can hold him back at all here, too.
Yeah, that's the big question. Do we see any bases which can hold back Na'Vi? I think those bases need to be really, really good to be able to hold them back and their hit rate. But we have Picastro in with the Root Riders. The common pet combination, it looks at as well, the common equipment combinations for him. No jump spell, no overgrowth, just the powers to make sure that Root Riders are going through all of this even stronger with skeleton spells versus the single Inferno Towers.
Now, I did see a Troll Tesla in the left-hand corner that he dropped almost directly onto with the Siege Barracks. I didn't see if he put an extra troop out in front of it to make sure that it didn't get immediately targeted, but if I see one Troll Tesla in one corner, I see a lot of space in that far right-hand corner, so he needs to be aware of that, but he's got plenty of Super Barbarians, and those Super Barbarians can give him a lot of adjustment power that he can use to reinforce areas of the base there later on. But I like these headers going in. Portability has not been used yet, delaying it quite a long time here until you get these poison towers under control, and so far looking pretty good here on his approach.
Looking really good indeed, because the Warden Blitz has been used. He's even covering the Valkyries, which were pushed in from the top side, I think from the Siege Barracks, which is, I mean, that's giving him a ton of value. The heal effect of the Eternal Tome is still there, of the healing book, I'm sorry, but this backend is just getting overpowered, and he's really quick as well, even though a couple of seconds slower than what Vatang just did.
Yeah, not far off on the time right here, but Vatang will begin this war with a time advantage. It looks like by about 13 seconds, if my numbers are right. And so that is still a strong start here for Na'Vi. It's a competitive level right there. A minute and 22 is right around where they'd like to keep their average. And I mean, it's just the question of, can Vatang continue to deal out the fast attacks that they opened with, or do they have any slip-ups there? Because you have to think about it, even the smallest mistake there, one misstep, one small oversight there where one flank falls a little bit short there, you have to circle the entire army to go back and go for that area, even if it is completely crushed. That can cost you a lot of time in long term, and those can decide these wars.
Yeah, or just as we just had with the Clan Castle getting avoided in the core, no troops are attacking it, so his queen had to backtrack, which in the end were like 5 seconds or something, but this could be for sure an important factor later on. And it seems like Vatang is really sending their big hitters first, with the DP then going now as the second attacker, and they want to make sure that their best possible attackers are getting some pressure onto Na'Vi.
I have noticed that P. Castro has picked up a lot of defenses, and his base selection and having basically an eye of what could actually stop some of these guys there has been kind of impressive. So I guess we'll see if he can shut down and maybe get a hold against the player from Vatang with a 100% hit rate, which is, I mean, 4 players on Na'Vi have that, but that is not an easy task to be able to go that far, that many wars. Like, we're 36 wars deep into this competition, and Vatang has DP with still a 100% hit rate. So we'll see if we can continue that here as he goes in with the Overgrowth, Root Riders, Valkyries, and Super Barbarians, most popular attack in the meta right now.
Yes, and he's sending the Golem in to tank for his king, to tank for his queen, leading them into this Town Hall compartment. Going in with that Rage spell early. What is he going to use the Overgrowth spell on? In the core. So he's kind of turning this base into somewhat like a ring base, I could say, because we have defenses on the bottom, we have defense on the top, but the core now is somewhat empty because of the spell.
Right, he's got the healing tome though, so I don't know if he wanted all those root riders to go through the town hall and go to the right side of the base there. This is a small thing that could cause a big problem because he was clearly using the jump and the queen to go cover the right side of the overgrowth, the top side of the overgrowth, and so that bottom group there has to be reinforced. He's got the siege bricks and the road champion working their way in down there, but still ahead we got skeleton spells trying to anchor down the single inferno and the defensive queen, and there's a lot of threats down there in that bottom corner that the road champions had to fight their way through, and we'll have to see if the root riders can loop back around there and get the reinforcement because that core is seeming to hold quite strong. This is a look a bit rough here, Itsu.
Yes, it is. There's the head-on for the defending king. The queen, with her ability, trying to pick up some more defenses, but oh my, those hog riders actually going for the monolith is clutch. And this means it is going to be the 3-star. It did not look good on the middle part, but he's getting and somehow turning that thing around. But on the other side, it is slower. I think, as you rightly said, the root riders going to the top side was not planned whatsoever because he had the jump spell there, right? He wanted to go them, like, let them walk around the bottom side. So this attack is way slower than what they just had. But with their first attack, this might still look good, but their average attack time is now getting increased to 1 minute and 25 seconds. And that is obviously a big jump upwards.
Yeah, and I could feel that sigh of relief there as he probably realized that he almost had a miss right there. And you'll happily take a few extra seconds on the clock there to have that instead of a straight up miss, because yeah, a single miss could determine these wars and make the time completely irrelevant. And it makes so that the tiebreaker ends up being percentage of stars and not the time, because the time only comes into play if we have an exact tie on percentage of stars, which is most commonly caused by a double perfect war. And when you have so many players with 100% hit rates, that is very, very common when you're dealing with these extreme high-end esports teams. But now, Kazuma, get ready to attack Spray.
That is correct. And I feel like if there is one team you don't want to give them the freedom to use any strategy, it is Na'Vi, because they have been really creative as well. Even those really high-level tournaments where some teams only put the creative attacks in there if it's like the Creative Master Series of Carbon, but otherwise, Na'Vi's doing those creative approaches as well really consistently and successfully in those big tournaments if they do not have to worry about the time. So giving Na'Vi that edge would be really bad for Vatang, but being able to save that attack for DP was a big step forward for them. But Kazuma is now returning the favor with attacking Spray. Probably going to use the Root Riders again to make sure that their average attacking time is maybe even getting increased from what Picasso already did in their first attack.
So I have noticed that when Kazuma is not forced to go super fast, his actual preferred attack ends up being Hog Riders. So I think he has a lot of confidence in Hog Riders, but when you have to go for speed, then obviously Root Riders are the preferred choice here until we see somebody potentially with a miss, and then they would potentially change up their game plan afterwards. But until that happens, as long as attacks keep on going at these speeds, then they have to stay competitive here, and so they have to continue to throw in the Root Riders. He's got the overgrowth on this one here. And what do we overgrowth here? Do you think he overgrowths to Town Hall? Maybe one of the poison towers? Kind of hard to spot exactly what he did overgrowth on here, because I always feel like overgrowth on the Town Hall is a bit risky, but we often see it out of these players.
Yeah, the overgrowth for sure on the Town Hall is risky. With the rage deployment, I guess it's going to be, I don't know, maybe just the monolith behind the Town Hall, because the ice golems are going to delay things so much that he wants to make sure that it's not played. Okay, the Town Hall was nearly down, surprisingly enough, but he is saving the Town Hall with that overgrowth spell. Troops are now just going to bypass that Town Hall, and it's going to be literally the last defense and the last building to go down on this attack. So he really needs to make sure that he has enough power to push through this entire base, but I think so far it's looking still good with how many Root Riders he has left.
Oh, look how many rages and freezes he has left as well. He can turn back around there. I think he's going to be sitting, waiting for the overgrowth to wear off. No, it wears off right at the perfect time. He could not have timed that much better. There's the freezes, locking out the rest of the defense. He can just blanket that entire area of the base there with freezes all day long. And he will lock in another fast one for Na'Vi. It looks like, oh, what was attack time there? I think it was like 1 minute and 13, I want to say. That was very, very fast there from Kazuma. And it's always crazy to me when they finish clearing out all of the buildings that are not in the overgrowth, and they have to just stand there and wait for the overgrowth to wear off. So you have to time that right if you want to turn back around at the right time to get through. But there it is, officially at 1 minute and 13 seconds for Kazuma.
Yeah, this puts them at an average time of 1 minute and 17 seconds. While on the other side with Vatang, we have 1 minute and 25 seconds. So still somewhat close. Anything can still happen, obviously. But right now, the lead which Vatang had early is now getting shifted to Na'Vi, which means they are just going for blow and blow, like non-stop back and forth. And this match is for sure really close.
Yeah, and we see a lot of Root Riders out of Na'Vi. They know that that has to be what they need to play there, but it's not the only strategy that can go really, really fast. I think that the top picks for these players in the current meta, when they are going for the attacks that are capable of going under 1 minute and 20 seconds, I think Dragons, like we've seen out of free agents a lot there. You have the Electro Dragons, you got the Root Riders, and then Zap Lalo is actually one of the other fastest attacks there, and that's Star's preferred strategy. So I would anticipate, unless we see a miss, that we would see the remaining Na'Vi players use the Root Riders. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same out of Vatang. We've been seeing them use it a lot as well. And I do expect Stars to be doing a Lalo instead.
Yeah, I mean, Stars is just so incredibly talented with that. And I feel like even though it's all about time, and yes, it's maybe like an easier meta, Lalo has become harder as well because you have to multitask so much. Because the typical Lalo is where you have your hero dive, then shortly before your heroes are going down, you start with your Lalo, you take your time and everything. But with how the current meta is, you have to do the hero dive. And before even they get into the first compartment, you're already starting with your Lalo. And being able to multitask that is just so hard. And there's only a few players who are able to do that, execute that on the highest level. And Stars is for sure being one of them. But the next attacker is from Vatang, and he is in with those Root Riders versus the next base of Klaus. And they're somewhat like, they're going well with the style of, I would say, box bases compared then to some other teams who are opting into core town hall bases. So different approaches from the base building style here.
Just a little bit of a funnel formed over on the left side there with open corners. Those P.E.K.K.A.s would ideally like to go inside of the base through the open corner, but they missed that. But the Root Riders are going to give another access, and they will walk their way in. Town Hall's not activated. He's got the invisibility tower right next to it, but he'll Earthquake to activate it. And he still needs to get it over there and hit the hits on it, and he does, and he'll go right in the invisibility tower afterwards, which will also make the troops right there invisible to walk away from the defensive clan castle so they don't get pinned in the poison. So that actually works out great. And into the artillery go with overgrowth on the backside.
Yeah, making sure that the backhand has no damage for his troops and is getting completely, taken out for this attack. The king is getting pushed into that single front compartment. He has to be careful with there, maybe a freeze or something, or use the king ability early. That's what he's doing right now. And there is the freeze as well to keep that king alive and make sure that he can deal a lot of more damage as the overgrowth is now running out again.
Overgrowth wears off right at a good time again, where everybody's right in position, finishing off the last couple of buildings within their reach, and then could immediately collapse into the last couple defenses. And I always get a little nervous when I see so many defensive heroes on the back end of a Root Rider attack. I like to send Root Riders directly into the defensive heroes, and these guys take a little bit of risk into that one, it felt, as he goes with the heroes at the very end of his attack. But he still gets it done in a pretty fast time, but it is above the average of Na'Vi right now, as this one locks in a minute and 32. So Na'Vi is keeping that pressure on, and they're moving faster than Vatang is right now.
Yeah, actually way faster. If you compare the average times right now, we have on Na'Vi side 1 minute and 17 seconds, but on Vatang side 1 minute and 27 seconds, which is still quite a bit. Yes, Na'Vi has to do one more attack to make sure that both teams have the same amount of attacks total, but the average time for sure is in Na'Vi's favor, and that is good news for them, because this then means they can go maybe a bit more control, maybe wait a couple of seconds before deploying funnel and final troops, and do not rush too much in their attacks.
Yeah, and it's often the multitasking when you're trying to set multiple funnels at the same time, and you're trying to manage multiple sides of the base at the same time as well. When you have traps pop on and you need to react to those, if you're not able to be right there focused on that position to react to traps that are causing problems for a funnel, and you're off dealing with more deployments over on the other side of the base, then you could end up having mistakes happen right there where you're not being able to pay attention to everything. And that's where that multitasking comes into play, and that's where these players' skill is really put to the test. But let's take a look at this. Let's take a look back at this attack here from Spray, because he did something different there. He did do the dragons at the open attack of the war, and that was a very, very impressive way to get this base down. And dragons, like as much as people like root riders, these dragon attacks are actually really strong at 2.
Yeah, that's for sure. They're really, really strong. But I feel like a lot of times it's even more important about the spell placement and timing there, because they can go down really fast, because on the one side we have like giant bombs versus the root riders, which are, to be honest, not doing that much. But on the other side though, we have things like black mines, which are having a lot of impact on the hit points of those dragons. So we have way more impactful traps. So you have to be careful to really make sure that you're raging up the right area, because I personally think I had it already plenty of times where I raged up few electro dragons and they were just flying into a black mine and my rage was completely useless. So being able to really like predict that and somehow work on the pathing of the dragons is a key thing, and I feel like it's a bit harder than compared to the root riders, and this is though with Spray just being so good at those dragon type attacks.
Very true, but he was rewarded for that risk, as he has the fastest attack in the war right now. So now we go into Gaku. Gaku is, like we said, the only player in Na'Vi who has any misses for this entire World Championship circuit. Now, he's more in line with the star players of every other team, as he's had 2 misses over the course of 36 wars, which is an incredible hit rate here. But he's going to be going in with the jump. The king is going to funnel himself there, walk into wars, the jump spell. Golem is down. Queen goes over to the right there to make sure the king is going to take the turn into the base, and he's going after the Eagle Artillery. Baby Dragon over to the far left to go in and get a little bit of fun over there, but the Rooters are going in. Like, look at, he's attacking every side of the base at the same time. King, Queen over to the right. He's got the Siege Barracks in the top corner. He's got the Road Champion at the bottom. He's got the Rooters in from the left. Literally attacking every side of the base simultaneously.
What is going on here? He is doing everything at the same time, as I said it, trying to circle this base, give this base no chance of defending, but at the same time this means that, well, there is a lot of damage output now from this core of the base. The Root Riders are trying their best to make it there. The Freeze is there to support them. The Hog Rider puppet is getting activated to get those hogs into the Town Hall, into the core of the base, but the back end is still left standing with the merged cannon still looking strong.
Yeah, but he's got Super Barbarians swarm that area. There goes Headhunters. He's got Super Minions out of the Siege Breaks at the very top. And he gets that defensive Queen down. And the Super Barbarians rip that base up. What an attack here. All the multitasking. Brilliant job here from Gaku. He made quick work of that as well. And Na'Vi definitely will be sustaining their time advantage after that one.
Yeah, and I think Gaku really perfectly showcased how different their type of those mass root rider attacks are, because they're really trying to concentrate on this time factor with having so many different attacking points on the base. You said it perfectly, surrounding the base with Siege Barracks, with the Root Riders, with some heroes like King, Queen separate, with a Royal Champion from the bottom side, everything happening at the same time, which we have seen from other top teams as well, that most of them are just trying to like concentrate maybe on 2 things, like King and Queen together on one side, then the Root Riders on another corner, but that's it. But Gaku putting this to another level and is getting rewarded with this really quick time.
Absolutely, and it's not even just like, you'd think that if you're attacking all sides of the base, it's just kind of chaotic, but every single portion of this attack here from Gaku was completely controlled. He had the entire base on perfect lockdown. Like the little details, like that Baby Dragon over to the top left was able to get out 2 defenses on the outside of the base there, so the Root Riders didn't have to leave the base in that side. Skeleton spells being placed into the Monolith into that area to make sure that that's not picking off Root Riders. Poison Towers being thrown north into the Skeleton spell instead of into the Root Riders, completely avoiding that damage. So the Root Riders never even really engaged much poison damage right there. There was just so many different things going on, so many intricate little details that are all planned out in advance, and then the execution level of an attack like this is insanity.
Yeah, that was really impressive from Gaku. Really nice showcase on how you can really optimize the time, I guess you want to say, because that's exactly what he did here with the Rage Up Barbarians on the back end. That compartment just got annihilated and taken care of with those Super Barbarians, and he got rewarded with a really quick time, keeping the lead for Na'Vi. So the current time record for both teams is Na'Vi with 1 minute and 16 seconds on average, Then on the other side for Vatang, 1 minute and 27 seconds, which is quite a bit slower, especially considering that this is the average time, right? So you have to make sure that you're taking that in account. But we have the next attacker getting ready with stars on the defensive side.
Yeah, and like you have to also keep in mind, like, you get into the minds of these players here. Like, you're sitting there, like, letting anxiety build for hours, and then you have to execute perfect over the course of a minute and a half, usually in the meta right now. And so all that preparation, all that planning, all that just staring at the base and letting the anxiety build, and you end up having 1 minute to execute it. That is just an unbelievable amount of pressure, but then it's over as quick as it started, and you just see the sighs of relief after the players are able to get those triples, and especially if everything goes right, and you see the disappointment when things go wrong. But let's now see if the Root Riders can get it done again here. Overgrowth, he's got the jump spell for the King to be able to transition into, I guess, into at least the poison tower triggering, and we'll see how much more value you can get out of that jump spell. But he's got a decent funnel there for him, and it's kind of a slow paced start here, a slow setup, which could ultimately cost him more time in the later parts of this war, but 30 seconds before the Riders hit the field.
Yeah, I feel like that's where you really see the difference between the different teams and attacks, because I think by this time Gaku had already everything placed and already destroyed half of the village, but we see this one, which is, it feels more controlled, but as well slower, which is right now the deciding factor between those two teams. The King getting the ice golems out there. He should jump over the wall. That's exactly what he does. Join up forces with the Root Riders as the overgrowth spell already is running out.
You've got to get through that town hall, though. He's going to have to burn another freeze onto it. The Valkyrie step in, but every single troop in the core of the base there takes the blast, and the King is running out of steam over the right side. He's kind of struggling in that area, but he's got super minions pop out of the siege barracks at the very top quarter of the base, losing a lot of cleanup over the right there with all the wizards getting picked off. But the World Champion keeps on pushing through, pops the hog puppet. She's in the range right there, and just lost a lot of those hogs there to giant bombs. Multi-arch tower slowed up. Tornado. This model could be trouble at two.
Could be indeed, especially with the multi-archer right behind, but the Fox is keeping that Royal Champ alive right now. Going down now, Super Minion is there, and the Archer Queen is still alive, but that would have been a lot of time if you rely on her. Heater Puppet is there, but the last multi-archer tower is going down. But still, another attack, which was not even close to how fast Na'Vi is attacking right now in this tournament. It was a 1 minute 43, which means their average time is even getting dragged down by this attack.
Yeah, that's crazy here. Oh man, but Na'Vi still has really good attackers. So does Vatang. So it's still up in the air here. Whether when we're staying this close here, I feel like Vatang is letting the time slip away too far. But then again, one mistake that ends up having attack drag out to close to a time fill, or just a straight up miss, could still swing the war, because it's not like as good as Na'Vi's stat lines are. Just because they have 4 players with 100% hit rate in the World Championship circuit, if you actually look across all the community leagues, they're actually more in line with a lot of the other pro teams. So it is very impressive what they've done in their World Championship run here, but they are capable of making mistakes there, and they have to hold strong for just a couple more attacks if they want this golden ticket.
Yeah, we can see again this attack unfolding for Invincible. He has done this setup really slow, really controlled, because he needed the funnel for the Barbarian King. He then wanted to make sure that he lures out the clan castle with his Barbarian King before the Root Riders are getting started. And this has then cost him again in the end with the time factor, because, well, as I said, 30 seconds after the start of the attack, he started with the Root Riders, and you can tell he is not happy with that time in the end, which gives Na'Vi the current lead. And Klaus is up next, and he is going to attack the MVP of Vatang. He's going to attack DP.
Yeah, I'm sure it's kind of baffling to the average player out there to look at somebody just completely shred a base in 1 minute and 40 seconds and be disappointed with the results. But that is that's the level of competition that these guys are dealing with now. So here we go. Healing Puppet on that Queen. Got the Healing Tome, got the Root Riders, and running pretty basic standard equipment here for Klaus as he gets ready to try to sustain this lead here for Na'Vi, but when Vatang already has triple on the board, he just needs to keep the attack time moderately fast. Now they're getting a little bit more wiggle room there as far as time goes, and so they don't have to rush things quite as much as they did before, but then there's a lot of benefit to getting so many troops down so quickly because it's kind of like a target overload, and you can quickly just rush a base there before the defenses can really have a chance to fight back because they have so many different targets they have to shoot at when you're attacking from every side of the base at the same time.
Yeah, there's always some pros, some cons for those different approaches, but right now he's completely taking over this core of the base with the overgrowth spell, completely countering those raid towers on defense. The root riders are going through the defenses like it's nothing. The king has taken care of the top side, the queen around the bottom side to really clean things up already and make sure that the root riders do not have to clean those back-end defenses. The overgrowth spell then should come back for any second, and then he can finish off the base. We're still waiting for the overgrowth spell.
All right, there goes. Klaus now making his way back into the middle of the phase after the overgrowth wears off, and yeah, he's just now passing the 1 minute mark there. Town Hall goes down, no issues on that. Yeah, that was completely under control there. He even overkilled it so much there that he had to almost wait for the overgrowth, but Klaus gets it done. Another very, very fast one. Na'Vi will sustain their time advantage, and there's a smile. Finally cracks a smile right at the end there at 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Yeah, for everyone wondering what the exact times are right now, Na'Vi is on a 1 minute and 15 seconds average time, while Vatang is right now on 1 minute and 31 seconds average, which is, well, quite a few seconds in between those two teams. And I feel like as long as Vatang is not getting a defense right now, this is not looking good for them. But let's take a deeper look at this attack of Klaus, really setting up his troops to success with funneling and putting in the Royal Champ from the top side to push those Root Riders right into the core, and then letting the Raid Towers activate, using then the Overgrowth spell to make the, well, value of the Spare Tower completely useless.
Well, not only that, but he purposely leaves up a couple of things that are near where his troops are, and so he still has something to be able to target, so he can continue to have targets in the core of the base. Like, you would think that you would just overgrowth everything right in the middle of the base there, but he offsets it, so he still has options for his troops in that area to keep on attacking, and then he ended up just running up here and attacking walls because he couldn't see anything here. But I just ran the numbers, Itsu, and with that attack there from Klaus, that has put Na'Vi into exactly 64 seconds above Vatang right now. So that is their lead. That's how much Vatang is going to have to make up for on this last attack. And I don't know that that's going to be possible. I think that they have to stop stars. I think right now, they give up on the time, or I guess you've got to keep it moderately fast still, just in case. But you just got to make sure this last attack is a triple, and you pray for a defense from stars, because I feel like they're not going to win this on time right now.
Yeah, Vatang has to hope for a defense, while on the other side have to get that 3-star in. I think by now, time is not going to be the deciding factor anymore. Slowda just needs a 3-star and hope for a defense then later on. But they are up next. They have to somehow at least give the impression of pressure to Stars, the last attacker of Na'Vi. Is he going to be able to do it? That's the question. We will find out in just some seconds as Slowda is getting ready for his attack.
And let's remind everybody that if you win this match here, you are 1 win away from a golden ticket to the Clash of Clans World Championship. But even if you win this and then lose your next matches, you still get a silver ticket to the World Championship. So, like, this is a very, very high pressure situation right here. A very big moment for both of these teams. But Vatang needs to hold in and don't let the pressure get to them for one more attack here, and we'll see what happens. But he does get in with the Queen, immediately popping a healer puppet in the top of the base up there. What did he have with it? It was a healer puppet and then something else, because he popped his ability immediately upon dropping.
Yeah, the frozen arrow is as well equipped for that Archer Queen, so she can get some passive value out of that equipment, while then having the Root Riders down from the far right side with the King taking out the Town Hall. As there were no defenses surrounding that Town Hall, he had to send the King in because the Root Riders would have not targeted that. And now a nice overgrowth spell to make sure that the Monolith is getting completely skipped, at least for the moment.
He needs to have a plan for it, but he's got skeleton spells on standby. He's got super hog riders releasing from his siege bricks over to the right side. Gonna join in with the rest of the group there. The queen staying safe over the left there because he used that overgrowth, but he needs to get that multi-inferno down the left. Those healers are gonna get wrecked. But overall, things are moving very, very smooth, and he's gonna have to make his way back to there. But he's got the skeleton spell down. Recognizes as soon as that monolith is gonna wake back up there, and will just blanket that area in skeleton spells. But it's gonna take him a minute to get back there. I think overall, still looking pretty solid of the attack though. And like we said, time is probably not going to be in their favor by the end of this. So just getting the triple here is all that really matters right now.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing right now to perfection. Has even another freeze left to make sure that it's even safer for him in the end. The Royal Champion just racing through the rest of the base. The freeze is there. The warning going to finish off the monolith to get that 3-star for them. And now it's all up to stars. The last attacker of Na'Vi is going to decide this match if he's 3-starring only close to their average time, which they have gotten so far in this matchup. They are good to go. They're going to go to the finals of this first Golden Ticket monthly qualifier of this year's World Championship. If he's failing, Vatang is going to win.
Let's remind everybody also that Stars almost never uses the Root Riders. While we see so many people breaking out the Root Riders, Stars almost exclusively uses Zap Lalo when he's going for speed. But now, with a little bit of wiggle room there, you can definitely go for something else. Yeah, it was the Frozen Arrow and the Healer Puppet right there for that Queen. And that's a clever thing right there, just to get the Queen to work on the outside of the base here. So as we see the replay back from Lancelota. And the Queen with the Overgrowth there to remove the damage of the defenses, she can just sustain, and then she doesn't really need the invisibility vial, and she runs that entire left flank on her own with an ability popped immediately upon dropping.
Yeah, getting that passive equipment working with the Healer Puppet together is a really smart move. It can be kind of risky to some degree, because as soon as there is too much damage on that Archer Queen, you have to react with spells and support her. But as long as you are able to control that and well, somehow keep the overview of your attack and make sure that you're keeping an eye on everything happening, this equipment combination is insanely powerful and can give you a lot of value, because it's saving you just so much troop space, because those healers are quite a few housing space which you're saving then. And this attack just went through. It's like nothing. The Super Hawk Rise from the Siege Barracks, reinforcing the Root Rise in the core and getting that 3-star in for Vatang for Lancelota. But he knows they are hoping for a defense now for the last attacker of Na'Vi.
And then not everything went perfect there. I saw that he was trying to funnel the Queen to go in through a wall break, and she ended up missing that funnel. So it is what it is. He's got the triple on the board, and that's the most important thing here. So now we have to see what Stars will do. If he breaks out the Lalo, a single mistake there could cost him. Then Lalo is an attack that has a lot of built-in contingency plans to be able to go in and reinforce areas, because you're not just putting everything into piles. Whoa.
What? Wait,
no
what?
way. No way. Is Stars seriously going to risk their chance at a golden ticket with 10 lightning and 15 witches? This is absurd. What's going on here?
What is... I mean, all of the splash is pretty much located in the core of the base with the multi-archer tower, the multi-inferno towers and stuff. But still, going for a mass witch attack, if he's going into giant bombs or anything like that, this could turn out being really, really bad. But hey, if there's someone getting this right, it has to be Stars, right?
Yeah.
This is a huge risk.
It is an enormous risk here. I don't know why you'd take a risk like this at this stage of the tournament here. I feel like a Lalo would be able to handle this a little bit better if you're just removing all the splash damage with lightning, because that's typically what we see when we do have all that high value of lightning to the core. But the left side scatter shot holding strong. Lots of witches have died out early in the left side scatter shot. Road Champion reinforces in that area. He needs to get past the defensive Road Champion there as well, who's distracting him from getting that scatter shot down. Log launchers go to the middle of the base there. If he can get the Queen to follow the log launcher to the Town Hall, he's going to be in a good spot. But he's got Yeti and Electro Titan there, and the Queen's breaking off to the left. The Town Hall is going to stay standing for a long time, and those extra Clan Castle troops that came out of the log launcher are getting burned up here. This is not going smooth right now, Itsu. I mean, he's got a lot of force moving. He can still definitely overpower it, but it's not ideal.
I mean, the Town Hall is pretty much the last defense on this one, the last building. He is making this as risky as close as possible. All of the witches at the top that are going down because they're just getting melted by that town hall. The royal champion has no ability left anymore. It now comes down to the queen and what she is going to destroy, because the royal champ taking some more shots but going down. He has one freeze and a dream, one queen ability and a dream, and he has to somehow make this work because this town hall is just frying up those witches and skeletons.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be close. This is going to be really, really close here. The witches are all dying out here. The queen's on her own. What kind of equipment does she have right now? She's running Frozen Arrow, and I hope it's an invisibility vial, because if he doesn't have an invisibility vial, then this could ultimately cost him. He pops him right there. Invisibility goes off. He's got the town hall. Freeze the monolith, and there it is. Stars will lock in the win, and will get it done with the witches and send Na'Vi to the grand finals of this golden ticket competition.
I have just one question. Why? Why did he do that?
I think everybody's asking why.
I don't know. That was just wild. Maybe because he was afraid of that core with the raged up triple multi-inferno tower and the 2 multi-archer towers, that Lalo could get wrecked there. Maybe that was his thought. But this attack could not get any closer than that, relying on the queen ability with the last phrase together. Wow, I mean, he's getting it done, but that was close.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did whatever he possibly could to make that ending exciting, because he delivered on that. Wow, that was wild here. I think he might have been trying to get his queen to go to the middle there, but it was kind of like an uncontrolled release of all the troops there into a stack, and so it was hard to say where the troops were going to end up going. But Log Launcher takes out the remaining multi-inferno of the core of the base there, and he just had to lap his way around. And I have to wonder if he assumed that he would have more Rue Riders to just get into the final walls to get in the town of Barbarians, so he'd have the staying power, because witches don't have the punch into those extreme high splash damage defenses like the town hall, and that could have cost him right there. That was so risky.
Maybe he had the wrong clan caster as well. I feel like pretty much everything else would have been better than a Yeti and a Titan inside that clan caster. Like,
right.
I don't know, even mass Sneaky Goblins could have had the risk. I mean, there were giant bombs, so Sneaky Goblins in the end would have been useless, but there's mass Valkyries or something, because they would have survived, and he had the phrase to like make sure that the tower hall and the monolith is not shooting back. But like anything else besides a Titan and a Yeti could have gotten that town hall, it feels like. So taking a huge risk there. But I think we want to re-invite Carbon as well, because I would love to hear what he thought about this match in general, and especially about this last attack. Carbon, what did you make out of this?
This was insane. What an attack at the very end. I was in chat being like, oh, there's no way. Of course, Stars is going to 3-star Klaus's, and then this happens, and I'm like, wait a second. Did I just jinx something? Oh my, I was totally taken off guard there. But Stars, what an attack coming in. Yeah, it was 2 minutes and 3 seconds, but that's going to be, let's be honest, that's going to be the attack people are going to be talking about and remembering from this match here. But Vatang is not eliminated. They are still in the competition. They just have now been sent to the lower bracket, where they will have to take on Synchronic area 2.
Yeah, and especially with obviously watching this match from Synchronic, they know that their next match is going to be insanely close. I feel like those 3 teams so far from the competition have performed the best, have got the most 15-star results, at least within this playoff bracket. So any of those 3 teams can make it. It's going to be as well about offense as always, but as well the defensive side. And I think this is where Synchronic might have the edge, because they have done incredible so far over the tournament with getting defenses sometimes in their matches, or even forcing slow attacks, which can give the lead in this current meta really easily, Eric.
Yeah, and also I just want to point out there that even with that attack going over 2 minutes there for Stars at the very end, Na'Vi still won by like 40 seconds overall. So like there was no question whether they're still ahead on time or not, because he would have had to ride that all the way up to almost a time fail to be able to have that war swing, or just not have that queen take that town hall. But yeah, obviously this big match coming up in the lower bracket now is going to be a very big deal, and I don't even know. I'm kind of torn right now on who I think is going to win this next one, because I think it can go either way.
Yeah, it definitely could go either way. But let's take a look at the MVP of this last match, and it is Stars, tied 29%. I mean, hey, Stars and Klaus both taking it right there. My assumption would be because Stars came in with some different, not the Root Riders Valks that we've been accustomed to seeing here. But what a match there. Gaku getting the triple as well, giving them the perfect war. But Stars with the mass lightning and witches. I mean, Eric, that was insane to see. Your reactions was definitely everyone's reaction of like, what in the... Completely shocked there, but well done. Stars getting your votes along with Klaus there, Itsu.
Yeah, I mean, you could go for something, it feels, at least from our point of view, safer, and go for a somewhat safe qualification for the finals. Or you could go for content. I mean, both are options, and Stars went, it seems like, for the content. That was some crazy attacks. I don't know, maybe there was some miscommunication. For me, still the big question mark was the clan castle. I would love to know if that was planned, and especially what was the thought process behind the Titan and the Yeti inside there, or if there was maybe a last-second switch-out strategy, or whatever happened there. I would love to know. But from our perspective, this attack looked wild. It was fun to watch, though, so appreciate the risk from our perspective. But still, a big question mark from my side still, Eric.
Yeah, I just I wish I could hear the team communications right there to see what they were saying. Like, did the rest of the team know what kind of shenanigans he was about to pull, or? Oh my gosh, yeah. I would just I'd love anything to be able to hear their communications if they didn't know that he was going to be doing that.
Oh, imagine. So let's jump to the bracket to update you on where these teams currently stand. Na'Vi now making their way to the grand finals, which also guarantees them a silver ticket. And if you don't know what a silver ticket is, it means that you will then be given entry into the last chance qualifiers. And all the teams that get silver tickets will be getting a chance to then try to fight for that final golden ticket into the Clash of Clans World Championship. So that's why it is very important just to make it to the grand finals. And if you win, you get the golden ticket. You don't have to worry about the last chance qualifiers. But if you lose, you do get that silver ticket. Where the next match that we're going to watch is going to be Synchronic and Vatang in the lower bracket. Let's take a look at the pricing that these teams are fighting for here, Itsu.
Yeah, the pricing is slowly increasing from spot to spot, but obviously the biggest jumps are in the higher seeds. But as you just perfectly said, I feel like the biggest jumps for sure are between the third and second seed and second and first seed, because this is not overall just a really big increase in prize money, but as well in the difference of actually getting a silver or even a golden ticket, which then is just worth so incredibly much because it's qualifying you guaranteed for later competitions in this year. Silver ticket for the last chance qualifier, and the golden ticket then already guaranteed and straight up to the World's Finals event later this year. And this is why the second and first seed is just so important, and why this next match then, which we have in our hands, is just such a big one, I think.
Well, not only that, but you look at the $6,000 difference between second and first place there, and if they do end up getting all the way to the golden ticket, like, it doesn't just stop there. You get the golden ticket, you get $18,000, but then you're at a bare minimum then getting last place prize at the World Championship itself in addition to this. So, like, there's a lot of extra there that is not shown on that table that you have to think about as well. Not only that, but then the chance to go on to play for the last share of the $1 million prize pool at the World Championship. So there's so much more to gain here, and these last couple matches become that much more high pressure as a result of that.
And now the question is, for all of you in chat and you two here, is who do you think is going to win this next matchup? So while all of you put your predictions in the chat, I'm going to first start with you, Itsu, here. Are you picking Synchronic or Vatang?
Yeah, I feel like even though Vatang so far, I think, has only gotten 15 stars in this competition in the playoffs, I think, right? Like, they were non-stop going with 15 stars. I think that I believe into the defensive side of Synchronic. Like, they so far have been able to either straight up defend versus some teams like free agents, and as well hold some teams back to really, really solid times, which gives them the advantage of being more free in what they're going on their offensive side. So I am going for sure with Synchronic on this next match. How about you, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, by the scores, like Synchronic, like technically they had the loss there in their very first round because they had to disconnect their integrity cam, so that was very unfortunate. Otherwise, they would have faced off against Na'Vi in the semifinals. But you look at what they've done since then, like they don't get disheartened by that. They went down a lower bracket and they have swept it all the way to the end here. So that is a lot of staying power in its own right there, and it just goes to show how much heart this team has. So I'm picking Synchronic in this one here. I really think that they have a lot of momentum right now, and we have Vatang coming off of a loss right now, and their attack times were a little bit lower than we would like to see if they want to have a chance to beat Synchronic as well.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess that's going to be unanimous across the board. I'm also picking Synchronic in this match here. So let's jump back to the last match and take a look at some highlights of Na'Vi here and break this down here.
Yeah.
And we are back here getting ready for the lower bracket match where it is Synchronic versus Vatang. And we're going to take a look at the predictions, which from you and the community was super close. Literally 50-50 between the two of you. It was a matter of, I think it was like 137 votes actually went on Vatang's side, so they technically have just a barely bit of an advantage, but it didn't raise up the percentage enough, so it's still 50-50. So you at home, you don't know who's gonna win this one here.
I mean, the viewers don't know who's going to win or cannot decide who is going to win, and we have to always pick one of those teams. That feels unfair. We should go 50-50 as well on that. No, I'm kidding. I think overall it will be a close one for sure, but overall, I still believe that Synchronic has this lead. But let's take a look at the stats between those two teams, because on the stat side, Vatang is actually looking stronger with 99.6% average destruction and 14.8 average stars. They are in the lead, especially with their MVP player still going perfect, Eric, DP.
Yeah, I think you guys are swaying me there. I think I might have to switch over to Vatang on my vote here. I'll lock it in. I mean, I was looking at those stat lines there, and it's hard to say that one team would be better than the other one here, because I think a 50-50 prediction is pretty accurate for what I would actually put at the odds of these two teams either taking it. So I think this is a coin flip, and somehow we all flipped heads, and then everybody else knows that it's a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, Eric, you would be the person that would change your vote after the war is over, right?
Yeah.
Easy to make a prediction.
That makes it real easy.
That makes it real easy there. But we're taking a look at Synchronic's lineup here, coming in with Philip, General X, Mark, Simon, and Einstein. I mean, they did get sent to the lower bracket from the very first match, and they have been fighting all the way through, and they've been putting on an impressive run through the lower bracket. But one match, that's all it can cost Synchronic. If you lose one, you could be eliminated.
Yeah, I think we very rarely see, sorry, I jumped in there too. We rarely see a team sweep the lower bracket and end up going in all the way to a grand finals from the lower bracket. It is so extremely rare, but I think we have a real possibility too.
Yeah, we have that possibility for sure. As I'm watching the highlights as well, we have seen some incredible attacks from both teams, incredible defenses, incredible times as well, which they were able to deliver. And I feel like with getting now to the top 3 teams of this competition, time is getting more and more important. And as well, like about this, I guess, pressure management, if that is even a phrase we should call it for that, because going early with your best optimal plans, maybe best attackers as well, trying to put up pressure to the other team as early as possible to force some mistakes has been, feels so, at least so far in this competition, the best way on how to approach the matches. And there were mistakes happening. We have not seen many 15 scores because this pressure of the time tiebreaker just getting into the head of some of those teams. And for some teams a little bit more, for some teams a little bit less. And that was for sure a big factor for a lot of those results here, Eric.
Yeah, but the teams that are remaining are the teams who have been most consistently putting up the 15-15 wars, or 15 wars for themselves. They can't really control what their opponent does. But there's our final predictions right there as we get ready for this match. Synchronic across the board there. I think it was technically... It was tied, but it's technically into Synchronic's favor there for the community, who actually, note the production just said there was late votes coming in, and it tipped in the scales of Synchronic. So even though the stat line says that Vatang should be on top here, Carby, kind of interesting that stats say Vatang and everybody's predictions say Synchronic.
So, you know, yes, Eric, you got Navi right. Yes, you got both Synchronic and Navi right. You know, I might be playing golf here. I'm going for the low score, okay? You know, you guys are going for all the most correct. You know, I'm going for last place, okay? Those in chat, you guys know how it feels, right? Not getting the predictions and things like this. I'm going for low score. That's my excuse here, Itsu.
Yeah, maybe the viewers actually were able to were buying what we were telling all of you so much about the defense, and Synchronic is so good at that, putting up the pressure. Maybe they were just listening and we were somehow able to convince them with the last people jumping in with their votes. Let's see if that was actually true, what we were saying, and if it's actually going to happen. It's going to come down to those defenses, but it is still going to be a really close one. I think it would be kind of funny if they would have both votes, like go with a 50-50, have both clans there, because they cannot lose then, right? Like, is that how it works? Maybe I should try that as well then. I don't know, it feels kind of cheating, right?
Maybe it's also kind of skewed there with, I mean, you have a lot of viewers out there in Europe watching on Twitch, and where Vatang is a Far East team, maybe a lot of their viewers are on other live streams in other languages right now, so you may have more fans out there. It's hard to really say where, if you gathered all of the different live streams together that are going on across all the different languages right now and found out who ultimately had the bigger vote there, I think it'd still be pretty close to 50-50. I think everybody knows how good these teams are and how evenly matched this is going to be.
Yeah, this is going to be an even match for sure, but time is going to be the difference maker for sure, as we've seen Vatang get perfect wars. Same with Synchronic. We saw a 15-15 war versus Navi and Vatang, but time was not on Vatang's side. And we've been seeing that Synchronic has been having some pretty quick attacks. So the real question is, can Vatang do really quick attacks? We know Spray is capable of doing it. He usually leads off Vatang with those fast triples, but the rest of the players unfortunately don't bring the same speed that Spray is doing. So it's really going to come down to if they could make that change and bring that to Synchronic and have a chance to get that victory.
Yeah, and again, as well about the different approaches. I feel like Synchronic so far, they love their jump spell approaches. While on the other side, then we see a lot of, I think, golem approaches where it's more about protecting the heroes from Vatang. I think we have seen DP quite like to use that, even though Rootwise did go the wrong direction in his last attack, but he's able to manage to come out on top. But he's using that golem really nicely to protect his heroes to get even further into the base than with his hero dive. While on the other side, we see the jump spell combination without the golem on the Synchronic side. So it's as well a bit of a different style of those Root Riders because, yes, overall it's the pretty much similar army composition, but spell and approaches are still looking different between those different teams because they have different understandings of how to approach those bases, which I think is really interesting still to watch there.
Very true, but the more different phases you add in, like if you're trying to run jump spells with King off on one area, Queen maybe going off another area, you're trying to get extra setups, you're trying to get extra funnels, like all those little things cost time, and the players who can do that the most efficiently are going to be rewarded with a faster attack time. So you're managing a lot of different things there, and from the moment the first troop drops, they have to be moving so fast to be able to get everything down and accurately, and they got to make sure that every single funnel is formed, every troop goes in the right direction. That is not an easy thing to do at all here, Carbon.
It is not an easy thing to do to try to multitask like that, but they're ready to step up to the plate as Spray is going to be attacking first here for Vatang against Synchronic. Remember, the winner of this match will guarantee themselves a silver ticket and a chance to fight against Na'Vi for that golden ticket here as Spray is coming in with the dragons, lightning spells, and that. Does he have a blip? No, he's got a siege barracks. No blip going into the core for that town hall.
And the town hall is islanded off there a little bit there with all the walls, so dragons will be a perfect option to be able to go in there and take it out. But we also want to get the clan castle destroyed. We see a couple of light troops out of the clan castle, but nothing heavy so far, and that means there's something heavy still inside of it, and that means we need to destroy it before it causes problems. Freeze is not really a lot of value out of that freeze right there. Freeze is the town hall. Actually, no, the town hall was activated technically at that point, even though we never really got any shots off, but he will get it before it even gets a single bit of damage out. But he's facing the sweeper there, gets the clan castle destroyed, and whatever troops are inside of it before the heroes are able to go in the range and draw it out.
Yeah, with that queen ability still intact, the dragons are making their way to the ricochet cannon, freezing up the enemy queen and that multi-archer tower as the Raw champion running right on through that ricochet cannon, taking it down with ease, and Spray is looking to add the time. Look at that, getting a 1 minute and 11 second triple to start off the match here for Vatang.
Not only that, but a rare sighting of the yak. We saw the yak being used on the king there. If the king is expected to survive until the end of the attack there, then the Phoenix wouldn't really do anything if the heroes are working on the outside of the base. So instead, he runs the yak to be able to get more damage, more tanking, and get walls open for the king. I like that. That's a really nice way to set this attack up here and make sure that nothing goes to waste.
Yeah, with that lightning spell over on the left side, he was able to take that monolith down, which is fantastic, so that the dragons path directly to that town hall. And it was really a great identification to get the dragons in. And look at the P.E.K.K.A.s. 2 P.E.K.K.A.s running to the top side with those wizards to help with the cleanup, only helped with the time of this attack.
Yeah, and the wizards were never really threatened either. Even look at those couple super barbarians that he threw in the very top of the base, or the Valkyries. One thing that I saw that was kind of fun here is you see those Valkyries in the very, very top corner that came out of the siege barracks, and I guess the super barbarians were out of the siege barracks as well. But as he approached the defensive queen right here, the queen went over to the left for just a little bit, then the royal champion disappeared. The queen ran north, jumped the wall, and then he froze her while she was over the wall, and that allowed the Valkyries and the dragons to quickly step in and engage her and take her out, and then continue to move on from there. So that queen can pick off a lot of troops at the very end of the base there, but he had the freeze on standby. He was ready for everything, and he had spells on standby to deal with it.
Yeah, it was a great way to start off this attack here for Spray, but the question is, can the rest of the players for Vatang do exactly that? Can they have quick triples about under a minute 20? Because a lot of their attacks have been over a minute 30, and it's been costing them in the match against Na'Vi. So now in this next attack that we're going to see for Synchronic, can Simon deliver? He usually is the first attacker for their team, and he's going to set the tone.
Yeah, but we already saw Vatang set the tone. But then again, they also set the tone against Na'Vi, and then they end up having that really, really fast attack there to open up the war, and then they slow down afterwards. So they need to hold their composure here. They need to make sure that they are focused enough to be able to multitask at the level that they need to, and they need to continue to get the fast attacks there because we know that they're capable of. I've seen them push average attack times at 1 minute and 20 seconds in a lot of different wars, and so they just need to make it happen here again. But Synchronic is going to put up a fight, and they're going to do the same, so we'll see what Simon can do to start us off.
With those Root Riders and Valkyries starting to the bottom side, we have a King Warden as well going to join on in to push into the defensive Queen, as his own Queen is going to make her way all the way to the right side. So he's going to take his time with that Royal Champ to the left and finding a Tornado Trap, which is going to stall him up a bit as he got to push his way into the core with that Town Hall.
The Queen with the Skeleton Spell gets the defensive Roar Champion out of the way of the far left side, and he's got the, or excuse me, that was the Roar Champion over there. The Queen over the right side getting the funnel form there. Overgrowth on the Town Hall, but also locking up the Eagle Artillery Strikes there. Eagle Artillery Strike was already in the air, so that one finishes landing, but with the healing totem on the board, he's able to absorb most of that, and now he needs to make sure the Town Hall wakes up at a good time to turn back for it, because obviously we don't want to see a 1-star here, and these always feel a little bit risky, but I think he's got about 5-10 seconds left there before it wakes back up, and he keeps on clear to the backside, and he's still sitting on a rage here, but no freezes, and there it is, his back wake here, and now it's going to be hitting from behind, and that's a little bit of trouble there, but the King's in position.
Yeah, but the King ability does go off, needs to come back around for the Town Hall as the RC ability goes off there. Queen's finishing off the multi-mortar. Town Hall is slowly going down, and he does indeed get a 1 minute and 16 second triple, which is a 5-second advantage here for Vatang after the first set of attacks.
Yeah, very, very fast attacks here from both sides. Like, that was technically slower than Vatang, but still, that was a very, very fast attack there and extremely competitive. Like, that is, like, if you're hitting under 1 minute and 20, then you're playing at the level that you need to be able to get into the World Championship. Like, that is the level that we want to see them playing at, and they are definitely capable of that, and we see it right there. And like you said, we set the tone of the war on the open attack there. We want to make sure that we get the fast attack there, we get the pressure on early, and then maybe the other team then starts to let that pressure get to them, lets their focus slip, and then they start to make mistakes.
Yeah, with that overgrowth came in on the Town Hall. One comment that I saw interesting earlier in the previous match was if somebody runs a lower level overgrowth, which means that it doesn't last as long. You know, granted, you could just drop it earlier, then you can manage the time. But you know, that's the thought. It made me think about something for a little bit there, which was interesting. But Simon did come in with a very nice King ability there towards the end, able to take it down. But hey, you know, you got to think of those small details that can make a difference in your attacks here at this level.
Yeah, I don't even know if they would be able to have access to a lower level one unless they had players who just never leveled it up there, because once it's leveled up, it's not like you can reverse it back and get a lower level one, you know? But and also just to keep in mind that they also cannot have anybody other than the official observers from Supercell into the clan right now, so there's no chance that they're getting donations from anybody else. They have 100% control over everything in the clan, and they want to make sure that they sustain that. So yeah, we're probably not going to see a lower level overgrowth, is my opinion.
Probably not, but you know, unless someone decides to never upgrade it. But let's take a look at DP here, as he potentially wants to get that fast triple. You know, that is what Vatang needs to do here against the Synchronic. And my guess, Root Riders, Valkyries, and that is the attack that is the choice here in the meta because of time, as they want to be fast with it, as DP is going to be taken on Mark for Synchronic.
A lot of pressure building there, like that anxiety when you're sitting there waiting. You're sitting there waiting for the judge to tell you to go ahead to be able to begin your attack, and all the anticipation that leads up to that, like that gets in your head, and that's where competitive experience definitely plays a big factor. But over to the right side, the King and the Queen will drop in. The Queen funnels the King to go inside of the base. Valkyries get the funnel on his left side, and Riders will begin in the very bottom. Siege Barracks on the far left here. Lots of things going on at the same time. This is the level of multitasking that we need to see out of them to keep the pace up where they need it to be.
And with that early warden ability, pushing the Root Rider straight into the core towards that Town Hall, as the King ability has gone off, but that King with the jump spell is going to get fantastic value, including the Eagle Artillery, as the Queens continue her way up with a wall break up there to allow the Queen to easily walk in to grab the multi-arch tower, that Ground Expo. But that Town Hall still remains here. It's going to be a little bit of an issue.
And he's got the Grand Warden there taking a lot of damage there from the scatter shot and the Town Hall. He's dropping. King's working on with the Phoenix right there. That is going to be that's becoming a bigger issue the longer it stays standing and continues to deal out damage. The Queen's still moving up top, but the World Champion still has her ability, and whatever equipment she has on her is going to carry her through. And she goes invisible from the Spirit Fox there, being patient. Needs to make sure that he hits as many of these big targets as he can. Pops it right there. He's still got the Hogs. He's got the Haze File. Surges his way forward. Town Hall drops in. He's losing troops there, but he does get through it. It is very close here, Carbon Fin, but a triple in the end.
A 3-star is a 3-star. A minute, 19 seconds. I mean, the saying used to be 2 stars wins wars, but I mean, is it eventually once we see a 1-star, then that statement comes back. But
now it's more like. Now it's more like if you go over 2 minutes, you lose wars, you know?
Right, yeah. At this meta with these players and what they're capable of doing, yes, it's a minute wins wars. That is what it really is at this point here, as the World Champ did come in from the bottom side, but that King got fantastic value with the jump spell. It was a little nerve-wracking as that Town Hall stayed up to the end.
Yeah, World Champion carried, though. Those Ice Golems on defense, that's why we see them. That's also, when we see so many Ice Golems on defense, why Dragons end up being very fast in the meta. Because if you're sitting there stuck with your entire group on Ice Golems, then you're stalled for a really long time, and you're a heavy fire. And that's where Overgrowth can definitely lock out defenses for a while you wait that out. And it's also why Dragons end up being very strong in the meta, because if you can avoid pulling the Ice Golems out, that stall there, they pin you down while you're under heavy fire, and that causes a lot of problems there, and it almost causes one to almost go to a 1-star. It almost caused it to go to a miss, but ultimately the end, it ends up at a minute and 19 seconds. So DP, by the way, let's remind everybody that he is still sitting at a 100% hit rate there, and that was probably one of the closest ones he had to a miss here this entire competition that I've seen so far. And I think that it was also one of his faster ones as well, which is crazy that it came so close, but it was still so fast.
Yeah, still a fast attack. Great job there for Vatang, keeping pace with Synchronic. And now Synchronic is going to look to add to their time, where we had Simon come in with the first triple for their team, which was a minute and 16 seconds. And we saw it there from Vatang around a minute 11, a minute 19. So it's right on in that ballpark of under a minute 20. And that is what Einstein is going to look to do here for Synchronic next.
Now, let's also remind people at home, like, you look at how many triples these guys are getting and turn these into time battles. This only happens on the extreme high end of Clash of Clans esports. Like, all the teams have to be conscious of it as a possibility on the road leading up to this. But in the end, these teams are the ones that are consistently able to pull off the perfect wars and make the time the deciding factor. So now, Einstein is currently the world record holder on attack time. His record currently stands at 53 seconds for the fastest attack ever completed against a max 10 16 base in an esports environment. So we'll see if he can at least keep somewhat pace with that, but that record being held by him shows that he is a master of multitasking and he knows exactly what he's doing, and we'll see if he can get it done again here.
And he's taking the approach of attacking from different corners here with the Warden Root Rider from the top, Heroes to the bottom, as that Town Hall is right in the core of this base with the double poison. As the early Warden ability goes to go off, he had one P.E.K.K.A. that went off to the top side because LG had a Troll Tesla up there, which wanted to try to slow things down, but he was able to pick it off with that P.E.K.K.A.
And unfortunately, the King is wandering off there. He had the jump specifically placed to push the King to the core of the base there to be able to use the Giant Gauntlet to try to clear the core. And with the King not going there, the King is going to go off and he's going to end up attacking. Well, I guess he'll have the Root Riders open up the walls for him, but that's costing him a lot of time there as he loops out. The Warden's getting targeted by the single Inferno. He has no more freezes. He can't save him. So there goes that extra benefit right there over the left side. Trying to get past the defensive King and the single Inferno there. This is not the cleanest attack right now. I'm not sure whether he has the force to survive after the Town Hall, but it's not a lot of defense down after that, so maybe he's okay.
Yeah, with that single target Inferno still remaining at the backside, but we do have a full health Queen. She's slowly going down. The King comes back to life. So luckily that single target Inferno got picked off by the super minions. And now time is ticking here.
Single can still stop this. The Queen has the jump, but she can't even take advantage of it because it's not positioned right to get her through the wall. It depends on where she stands here. She stands outside of the range of the single Inferno. Can she get by it? This is going to be closer. It's costing him so much time, though, regardless.
Oh my, this is really costing him time, and this could be the match right here. Queen steps in range. I'll take out the single. It is full health. And the Queen takes it down.
Oh, no! Single Inferno wins that fight with a fraction of HP, and the Queen goes down. Time's out the window. 99% here for Einstein.
Well, that was unfortunate. Oh my, Einstein coming in a 99% 2-star. A matter of a single target Inferno. If the King took the jump, would have taken it straight on into that town hall and taking that single target Inferno down. But unfortunately, he didn't have a frozen arrow on his Queen. And if he did, he had the healer puppet and invisibility vial. A frozen arrow and the healer puppet would mean that it would have been a triple.
Well, that is assuming that the Queen would have been alive to be there in the first place, because that equipment probably was able to get her to where she was in the first place. But where did he use his invisibility vial is the question.
That's the question, yeah.
Yeah, because if he had it on standby there, and obviously an invisibility vial would have got through the single Inferno at the very end of the attack there, but he obviously used it earlier, spawned the healers, and he used it to keep the Queen so she even had a chance to even step in and have a shot at getting that Inferno down. So I don't know that she would have been there in the first place if he didn't have the equipment that he had.
And the jump spell was placed exactly like that, so the King doesn't jump into the left and right compartments. And it was supposed to push the King into the single. That's why he didn't drop the jump closer to the bottom side, giving him access to the bottom compartments, because he wanted to force the King up and in. But unfortunately, with the wall break to the bottom side, that forced the King to the right and not going to the middle of the single target Inferno.
That wall break, but it wasn't just a wall break right there. There were also Teslas right there. That was yeah, that was Carbon Prism reaction. That's pretty accurate. That's about how we were all feeling right there. Just like, what did we just witness? Like, those single Infernos, but it's rare that you see the one-on-one duel of the single Inferno and the Queen. But those single Infernos charge up very, very quickly, and they do an enormous amount of damage. But here we go. Let's attack here. We are in with Room Riders, Valkyrie, Super Barbarians, and the Overgrowth once again. And looks like down south here, the King's collapsed in. Find a Tesla farm down there. A second wall break into that compartment to get the Queen to go inside of it. The King will pop his ability there, and the Overgrowth will be used across the top of the base and give him access to go directly at the Town Hall. Notice how the Room Riders have a path, like a lane created between the Overgrowth and where the King and the Queen are collapsing in. So they're going to go all through that Town Hall. And they should be in a pretty good spot, but they will take a lot of damage from the poison. And those ice golems really, really stall them up right there for a minute, as they do by design. That's the reason when they bring them.
Yeah, with the Overgrowth now wearing off, he can have his troops come back and target the Eagle Artillery. It's the Ice Golem freezing that up with the RC ability going off and the Hog Puppet coming around the right side. Queen's got her ability. At this point, you don't have to worry about time. Just focus on the 3 stars, focus on getting a perfect war, and Vatang will have an opportunity to go for a rematch against Na'Vi in the grand finals. And remember, if you win this match, you are guaranteeing yourself a silver ticket for the last chance qualifiers later at the end of the year.
Vatang's been playing strong this match here. Like they're doing really, really well, and I feel like yes, they need to continue to get triples here, but at this point here, do you change your plans? Do you start to switch up things to other attack strategies, or do you just keep on using the Room Riders? Do we just keep their composure there? Because, like, assuming that the Room Riders are also an equally strong plan to the other options, then it would make sense to just kind of stick with this. But we also have to account that, assuming that they are able to get through this, that they need to make sure that they're ready for their match against Na'Vi. So I don't know if you use this as practice, but that's kind of my idea right now.
Hey, take what you can get, as Barbaros was able to use a fantastic jump that got the right side compartment with that King. So very nice value. And It's just using the overgrowths to help funnel those root riders into the core, grabbing that value, and it's all about the timing. And then a lot of things you have to keep in mind is the Super Barbarians are not necessarily there to help you 3-star, but it's there to help you 3-star quicker for the cleanup.
Yeah, I do notice that a lot of times, well, you can use the Super Barbarians to also tank for the Royal Champion. She sweeps around the back end of the base and takes some damage off of her so that she has more staying power. But like a lot of times when I do this attack a lot in Legend League and in my own wars, and I have a lot of success with it. Not as much success as these guys have, but I typically don't add the Super Barbarians and I just go in for the more Riders and more Valkyries, and I can get the triples pretty consistently. But I just don't do it nearly as fast as they do, because those Super Barbarians just rip up the backside of the base there, and that gives them less punch into the core of the base, having less troops, but they are very confident in their plans there, and their pathing ends up being very good, and they get the core of the base down anyways, and then Super Barbarians actually can provide the back-end support.
Yeah, the way the pros do these attacks and the way that we do these attacks, you think
a little bit different.
They make it look so easy, but when we try it, it's nothing like this. And there's people that do the Root Riders Velks. One, they fail. They can't do it like the pros. And two, they run into time fails. I know. Wait, what? You could time fail at Title 16 after watching all these? You know, it's just the way the pros do it. They're an artist, right? They just make it look perfect. As we're seeing now, General X, the captain here for Synchronic, looking to turn it around after a 99% 2-star that we saw coming from Einstein.
And you got to make sure that it's all that matters right now is triples. Like time is out the window, unless the rare case that we have a 99% time fail from Vatang, in which case it would end up turning right back around. But that's even more rare than just a miss. So we'll see what happens as General X makes his way into the core of the base. The jump going to carry the king in now. This is the time that the king is actually in the proper position to be able to help out in the core, but he already burned his giant gauntlet, so he can't just take down the core in a couple of big swings. And so he's going to just fight with the main pack there through the town hall, fighting off the defensive CC. Lots of archers. Wow. All right, it's all archers. Was that all archer CC?
Yep, that's a lot of R2CC as the Tassa farm was on the far outside to the left, using his Super Barbarians to help take those down as the Hog Puppet comes from the Royal Champion with the freeze on the backside, and General X absolutely crushing this one here. So it is a 3-star answer, but they're just crossing their fingers and hoping that they can get a defense against Vatang.
Yeah, nice clean attack here. Very, very controlled. Not rushing. It felt like he was able to just set it up here properly, but he's still, like, even when he's not rushing, it was still okay. When I say not rushing, I'm also speaking in the sense that I said that Einstein just recently broke the world record on attack time at 53 seconds. Well, within a week before that, General X had broken the previous record there at 56 seconds, and then Paddle from Free Agent set it at 54 seconds right in between. So like that world record on attack time had been reclaimed 3 times within a week leading up to this World Championship qualifier. So he was one of the top players right there. So when I see him put it in minute 13, it feels like he's taking his time.
He is taking his time, you know. He makes it look easy. That's the way they do it here. As the Root Riders made their way straight on the core, and in this one, Gaberos was like, you know what? Let's go with a bunch of archers. And now with the update, you only need one person to help fill up a full 50 troops inside of the clan castle, which is very nice. It would take a lot of gems in order to do that, unless you had all the archers all ready to go.
Cook them. How long does it take to cook up 50 archers? Is it worth 50 gems? I'd say so.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that
I would be lazy and not gem it though, Carmen. Personally, I get those 1 gem donations, and it's 1 gem to donate an archer. Anyways, I guess I don't need a gold pass for that technically, but you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would not just gem it. I think I would.
You would just be clicking the gem, and we just hear that gem sound just going crazy. Yeah, it's from you. Yeah, for sure, absolutely. And I would be surprised if you didn't just throw in 1 witch in there. You know,
obviously. Yeah, we can't be missing out on that. All right, well.
Absolutely.
So, nice triple there. However, they still have to find a defense here on a very, very serious note. Invincible LG getting ready to go in, and Einstein now going to be on defense, and if they can just find somewhere to hold it back here, but it's just so difficult to stop Vatang. But let's also remind you that they have roughly a 90% hit rate. Like if you average all the players there, it's roughly a 90% 3-star rate there. So every other war that they play, they have misses. And Synchronic has been a team that has very, very good bases. A lot of teams have struggled against their bases. So it would not be out of the question that they find a defense, and if it ends up being a defense, the chances that it's under 99% ends up being very, very high. So you just gotta let the defenses work. Just let your base builders take one and see if they can get the win for your team. I guess we'll have to see. Invincible LG's in, another Rider, and Valkyrie attack here with the overgrowth of the core. But he's got that double invisibility tower, which is always a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, with the jump, gonna give him access into the core near the clan castle, and the queen could take it all the way to that town hall, but the king does not. He runs all the way out and around, and the queen,
Queen got
gone. She
got
absolutely got destroyed, and that jump spell was not able to be used that effectively at all, and this is going to be a huge problem here for Vatang.
Yeah, he's got the overgrowth locking out one of the invisible towers. The other one goes off. The Riders are breaking out the right. Town Hall's activated. Now the other spells in the area wake up, and he's... Oh, the overgrowth's already gone. Oh, Carbon.
Oh, no.
My God, this is going south really, really quick. He's in a lot of trouble here. Not just getting the triple, but even getting the 2-star right now. Oh no, you can see his emotions right there. You can feel the emotions through the camera as he recognizes that this one went completely off the rails, and that will swing this whole war on its head.
That's all it took. And again, these walls around the town hall make it so that any troops that are inside near that town hall don't go for it unless the walls are broken, if of course they are ground troops. And he sent that Royal Champion in earlier. This is a situation where you would be able to send that Royal Champion in to try to secure the 2-star, but when you use it right away, because you're going for time, that's where it's going to play a role. And you could have taken the thought of going, should we just change up the strategies and go for more safer 3-stars? Well, that wasn't the case, as it completely backfired with that 1-star now, making Synchronic really, really happy to bring him back in this match.
And Invincible LG, I notice he commonly opts to take care of these bases with these invisibility towers in the core. And I know that he has a max level giant arrow on his queen, and he has been a lot just shooting a giant arrow through the town hall and using the queen to form the funnel while spawning some healers, and then getting those invisibility towers pre-triggered at the very start of the attack there. And he stepped away from what he typically does. He's been doing that a lot, where he either combines it with a little bit of lightning, or he doesn't bring the overgrowth, but this time he stepped out of what he normally does, and he changed things up here. And this is maybe not the best time to change things up here and step out of your comfort zone and go in with what he did go with. And I have to wonder if he should have just stuck with what he has been using that has been effective against these bases, that sometimes goes a little bit slower, but then time isn't a factor right now, so maybe that would have been the right choice.
And a 1-star there, 78% coming in from Invincible LG. And that's all it could cost you right there. Unfortunately, they had perfect war after perfect war after perfect war, and then the one attack. So the key thing let's take a look here, is the king. He got pulled to the outside somehow. Was the jump spell maybe not placed so that the king could take the jump over the wall?
Yeah, how did he end up out there?
I feel like it is. No, he didn't go in. I don't think it gave him access.
Oh, and then he gave up the protection for the queen.
The golem jumped, so weird.
The queen died through ability?
Did not want to go in.
Oh, yeah, and then the queen died through ability on top of that. Oh, my gosh. Everything went wrong there. I mean, 90% of the problems were right there with the king and queen. And just getting the king to go inside of the base there would have alleviated all of his problems right there, would have finished the funnel on that side, and made so the Root Riders would have gone to the town hall and then into the overgrowth area if they were able to collapse in that area. So that's the smallest mistake to cascade into bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger problems until you just have an absolute disaster on your hands. And that is as unfortunate as you can get right there. But now Send it over to Synchronic. Now they have just been granted a lifeline like you wouldn't believe. But it's still only a 1-star split of the war here, so it still could swing here if somebody has a mistake on the other side. So it's not over till it's over, so fight all the way to the finish as Philip goes in with a Root Rider attack of his own.
So a 2-star here will still be a tie war if we see Lancelot come with a triple. But time, though, would be the question mark if it ends up tying in terms of percentage and all of that as well. Yeah. But we're going to see the Warden with the Root Riders coming in already did burn the ability as the Town Hall is barely now just going down from that Royal Champion as the Queen's making her way left does still have the King ability.
Yeah, World Champion stuck inside of 2 different poisons right now. One from the Town Hall. She's taking a lot of fire over there. Forced to ability, and will finish that Eagle Artillery out there. Make her way to the scatter shot, but kind of struggling in that area. He freezes to try and reinforce. Queen's trying to hang on as well. She's got a lot of fire in her, but she's got access to walk around, loop into the last couple defenses here. King has a giant gauntlet. Obviously, that will carry him all the way. And now he can sit back. Oh, yeah, he's relaxed. He's relaxed. He knows he's got it on lockdown. And Synchronic not going to give up that opportunity. They will establish their lead here, and after that miss, that's gotta feel good.
It feels fantastic there for Synchronic, coming in with a minute 26 triple as we're replaying Philip's attack here with those Root Riders and Valkyries, and it was the one fail that we saw coming in from Synchronic earlier was onside with a 99% 2-star. So with a 1-star that came in from Vatang, they're looking very healthy here in this match as that King does make his way from the top side, continuing to push his way around. And notice with these heroes on opposite sides and those Root Riders just going in between, it's allowing them to path their way directly into the core.
I feel like the only thing that's going to swing this match right now is another 1-star on the side of Synchronic, because the miss there, because that 1-star from Vatang ended up being such a low percentage. Like Synchronic doesn't really have the bar set crazy high here, and with the misses that they do end up putting up every once in a while being such high percentage in 2-stars, I think it would be very, very unlikely for this war to swing. But then I would have said the same thing about Vatang having a big miss there. So you never know what's gonna happen here. And that's what makes it more exciting there. But yeah, so much relief there as you see Philip celebrate his 3-star, and you know that they feel like they got this one in the bag right now. They just got to hold on for the ride.
They're just gonna hang on, try to make their way to the grand finals, guaranteeing themselves a silver ticket if they win this match. And none other than Na'Vi is waiting in the grand finals to take on the winner of this match. And remember, since it is double elimination, the team that wins this must defeat Na'Vi 2 times in a row in order to chance to have a golden ticket, as Lancelot has the final attack that's coming in for Vatang, and he's looking to bring a 3-star, and then crossing their fingers that a defense will come in to try to stop Mark of Synchronic with his final attack.
If this war swings again, everybody's going to be losing their mind. The fact that it has already had 2 swings is kind of rare for these Town Hall 15 matches, and so this has already been one for the record books here. But Lancelot has the pressure on. If they want any chance of pulling this off here, then obviously he needs to make this one work right here. So I like that picture they got for him. That was actually the picture of Lancelot in the 2019 World Championship when he played back then. So the old school jerseys, the old school picture right there. I'd love to see it right there. But yes, this is, if they make it into the World Championship and somehow recover this, it would not be their first entry into a World Championship in Clash of Clans esports.
Been many years since that, as we have a Siege Barracks coming in with the P.E.K.K.A.s and the Root Riders moving straight on in, and that early Warden Eternal Tome pushing right on in towards the Town Hall, and that Queen and King are to work together through a jump spell so they can try to make their way down to the bottom side. But the Ice Golems are coming out. Remember, the Root Riders won't go for them, only the Valkyries will, as he does have a Poison Lizard with that Warden, which ended up actually dying off pretty early, so no longer will be able to help push these Ice Golems.
And he's still got the poison. I'm not sure why he's not using it right now. He's holding it. Well, he doesn't have any freezes. Town Hall still standing. All right, well, the Town Hall is going to be a little bit of trouble here. It's doing a lot of damage. Still got an invisibility tower right next to it. That's going to be triggering right now as the Hogs go directly towards it. And now he's still stuck on Ice Golem. What's going on here? Are they tripping on the finish line?
No, I mean, he's got Queen ability here and Royal Champion ability. Remember, the RC ability with those Hog Puppet is so strong. She can almost single-handedly triple a base on her own, right? That's how strong she is.
True.
As she goes invisible, and can pop the ability to try to finish it off near this monolith.
Yeah, and he's going to put all of his Super Barbarians into a stack at the very top of the base there to break the wall, since he doesn't have any more wall breakers. He already used them all up there, so they'll get through the wall there, and at the same time, they're tanking for the Royal Champion. The Hog Puppet spawns and gives him 9 extra Hog Riders to tank for the Royal Champion as well, and it looks like he will get the triple here. So I was a little bit shaky right there with the Town Hall again, but he does ultimately pull it through. And now, moment of truth. Let's see if Synchronic can just hold on for their last attack here and move on to this grand finals to go play against Na'Vi for the golden ticket.
Yeah, they're gonna do their absolute best here with a minute and 46-second attack there that came in from the last ladder as we're replaying his attack. And Vatang sitting at a 70, well, you'll add in the attack from this one, putting him to 13 stars. So they'll be at 13 stars at a 95.6%, while Synchronic is currently at a 79.8. And what we're gonna have to see is if Synchronic can get a 80% will be the victory. Remember, they got to hit at least 2 stars. 3 stars, guaranteed victory, but 79 for the tie, 80% for the win. Can Mark hit that mark for Synchronic?
Mark will try to hit that mark. That's literally, it's in his name. He was training for this his whole life. So we'll see if he can pull it off there. But yeah, that Town Hall made me nervous right there. I'm gonna be real with you, that Town Hall looked like it might have stayed standing right there, and that makes me so nervous. Those invisibility towers, like, they're so dangerous, and that's why when they are, like, when I'm given the option to not have to rush an attack, and I can get the invisibility towers triggered with like a log launcher, I almost always take that option. But these guys still stick with the siege bricks. Those invisibility towers are such a pain to be able to get triggered, and we see a lot of different tricks that these guys break out there to try to deal with them. But now all the pressure of this war is on to Mark. He doesn't have the bar set very high, but we see how small mistakes can cascade rapidly into bigger and bigger and bigger problems. It happened to Vatang. It could happen right back to him. So, Cat, you have to keep your cool here. You have to keep focused, and you have to make sure that you lock in at a minimum a high percentage 2-star.
80% 2-star is the mark that he has to hit with the Root Riders and the Valkyries. If you get the 3, it's a guaranteed win. Obviously, you're going in all out here with that warded down to the bottom side. Root Riders, Valkyries as well. Super Barb setting the funnel. Gonna push his way in towards this Town Hall as that King's gonna look to upset the funnel and continue to push these Root Riders right on in.
Yeah, the Golem tanking for the Queen, but the King also tanking in that area there as well. To going right in between and splitting the group so that the King and the Queen can run separately from the Root Riders. He's even breaking to the north side of that compartment, which will help him step in and help with the defensive King, getting some buildings over the wall. Very, very good funnel there for the King and the Queen, and everything's going very smooth. And a lot of times that is a big determining factor whether their attack goes smoothly or not. But not only that, he also got the King to break the walls open with his giant gauntlet and gives the Queen access to leave that compartment. The Town Hall goes down, quickly climbing percentage here. I don't think this can be stopped right now, Carver. I think he's going to, at a minimum, what he needs for the win.
Yeah, with that Queen going invisible, she's continuing her way up to the top side. Still has a poison, freeze, and drops his rage spell for that Royal Champion to continue her way around. And there you go. He passes the 80% mark, and we're going to see Synchronic taking the victory over Vatang and making their way to the grand finals to take on the one and only Na'Vi. And the winner of that will be getting the first golden ticket of the 2024 Clash of Clans Esports.
Trust your defenses. Trust your defenses. Trust your base builders. I think that's the moral of the story here. You have incredible attackers from these teams, but at the end of the day, it was a defensive win that got him that. Like, the 99% almost got him to the perfect war there. But wow, what an impressive war right there. And you just very rarely see a comeback of that level at this stage of the tournament. And just to see a 1-star in this big of a match here that swings the board to their favor, that was absolutely wild. What a crazy one here, Carbon.
Yeah, you gotta feel for LG, the feeling of unfortunately letting your team down with a 1-star. This happened to many teams out there in the past, so many players know exactly what he's feeling right now. It's just unfortunate, but that's the name of the game. Things like that happen, and other teams capitalize on that one mistake, and you just can't let it happen at a stage like this. But what it means is that Vatang will be back trying again next month, just like all of you at home, where you can have an opportunity to compete in the Clash of Clans World Championship. If you think you have what it takes to be putting up attacks just like this or even quicker, then make sure you guys are signing up for next month to have a chance to join one of those teams in the getting a gold ticket, a silver ticket in the last chance qualifier. So there's plenty of more opportunities in the next few months, but remember, there's only 6 that will be able to join in the World Finals, not like 8 last year. So every single one of these is that much more important.
As rough as the lows are, the highs are even higher. That's got to feel good right there to be able to qualify into the grand finals here, and that's a big moment here for Synchronic, and especially when they have been riding the lower bracket. Like, this is a very rare situation where we have a team that went down in the very first round, went down lower bracket, sweeps the whole thing, and now they have secured their position for the grand finals. So unbelievable performance here for Synchronic. And like Carbon was saying,
great.
well, let's talk about our MVP first there. But looks like our votes are in, and General X taking again, very popular. I'm seeing a lot of people liking General X here. He's becoming a fan favorite, and that is definitely apparent here.
Yeah, great job from Synchronic, bouncing back after the 99% with a very strong defense against Vatang with that 1-star. So we're gonna welcome back Itsu here. And what was your thoughts on that 1-star that we saw from Vatang, giving it back to Synchronic?
Well, it's always unfortunate to see 1-stars, but they're happening. I would have not expected it after they took the lead. I would have expected they would try to go for safer options. But I've said as well that Synchronic, in my opinion, is one of the best teams right now when it comes down to the defensive side of the game. And just as always, I feel like they always have at least one defense in their matches, which gives them then the freedom of actually sometimes slipping up on offense as well. That was exactly what happened in here. But with the next match then on our hands with Na'Vi, I am not sure how well this plan is going to work against them, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi just doesn't seem to miss. So you have to play fast against them. Their hit rates are like in this World Championship Golden Ticket run specifically, they're still sitting at 4 players with a 100% hit rate there, and there is no player who has done that over on Synchronic. So they have to step up their game there. They can't afford those small mistakes there that end up going to a miss or even a slow attack, because even Na'Vi, even when they're playing and they know that time is a factor, they will put the pressure on and they will force mistakes, and they have done that over and over. And they consistently, when they need to, they push those 1 minute and 20-second average attack times pretty regularly.
And this is a battle of the best teams in the world literally right now, where Na'Vi has the best hit rate in terms, like you mentioned, with those 4 players that are currently perfect, that have not failed. And then Synchronic, they won the world's warm-up last month, and they are looking to continue that momentum and trying to get the very first golden ticket. So this really will determine who is going to be moving on to the World Championship later at the end of this year. It could be either team, and they both totally deserve it. So this is going to be a fantastic match. Remember, this is the first match. There could be a second if Synchronic wins. But if Na'Vi wins this match right here, that is it. They get the golden ticket because they came from the upper bracket, since this is a double elimination.
Yes, and remember, both of those teams have crushed the first line when it comes down to the big prize money and rewards overall, because both of them have guaranteed at least the silver ticket, which is already a huge improvement from like 3rd to 2nd seed. This is such a big jump because it guarantees you that you're going to go and come back for the last chance qualifier to have a chance of winning golden tickets in that one. While on the other side, like that's the worst case for those two teams right now, this silver ticket. And then the optimal outcome for both teams would be to get that first golden ticket of the year, which would be super impressive. And I feel like we have right now the two best teams in there. Na'Vi, super consistent, especially in this tournament, but Synchronic, super consistent so far over this entire year with being the champion of the warm-up and now returning into the finals of this first year's monthly qualifier. So impressive showing from both teams already in this competition.
Yeah, but as they get ready to get set up for this match here, they're going to take a few minutes to plan, get to their prep period. In the meantime, we'll be taking a very short break, and when we come back, we will be getting underway with our grand finals, and we will be awarding out a golden ticket to the Clash of Clans World Championship. Here's some highlights until we get back.
Here for Synchronic.
Just gotta close out the, get past that king right there. Obviously, that's not gonna blank. Queen doing good work on the left side, and the Rear Riders will make their way directly into that town hall.
Yeah, the town hall's going down as the Queen's gonna continue way up. Welcome back. We are getting ready for the grand finals now between Navi and Synchronic. We've had an action-packed weekend so far, but one, potentially two more matches stand in our way to determine who's getting the very first golden ticket. Yes, this could be the match for a golden ticket here in the Clash of Clans esports. Are you ready for it, Itsu?
I am so ready. I mean, both teams have shown that they deserve to be in this current position to fight for this golden ticket, fight for the crown for this monthly qualifier. And I think it's going to be a really, really crazy one. I'm looking forward to see if there's defenses. I think Synchronic is for sure a team which has the chance of defending the current meta. Navi as well did some great work on the defensive side as well. So it's going to be a great one, Eric.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to also understand that Navi's going into this undefeated. They went 30-0 through the ladder stage. They went undefeated as number one seed in through the phase 2 of the tournament, and now they have swept the upper bracket, going undefeated across the board there. Like, they are on such an insane run right now. If you've ever wanted to talk about momentum, then Navi is the definition of it right now, as they have that crazy run, but then Synchronic sweeping the lower side of the bracket there after their first loss, and that's impressive as well. So both of these teams right off of a string of victories that is almost uncontested. So now we'll see what they can do here with some prizes up for grabs that are going to be life-changing here, Carbon.
Indeed, with $18,000 first place prize, the difference of $6,000 here. Even if you lose this match, you take home $12,000. They've already guaranteed themselves that. But I mean, $6,000, that's more than most of even the tournaments that they compete in terms of the community tournaments. So that is a lot of money difference that they're still trying to fight for in first place. And we've talked about it many times. Yes, first place gets you $18,000, gets you the golden ticket, but also winning first place gets you a minimum of last place in the World Championship, which is a crazy amount of money as well, because there's now only 6 teams that will be competing there. So each team is going to be making more money out of that prize pool. So I cannot wait to see who is about to be getting crowned the very first golden ticket winner here.
Yes, and it could not get any closer than those two teams. With the stats especially, Eric just said it, Synchronic has now as well momentum coming from the lower bracket. Navi, I mean, they're undefeated, right? They have always momentum. But let's take a look what the community thinks right now. Who has the upper hand? And okay, I would have not expected something as one-sided as this. Oh,
wow.
Lord, 89%. That's crazy. I think this has to be the highest percentage any team has gotten so far in this competition.
Oh, Navi is a fan favorite. They're the most popular Clash of Clans esports team in the world, and when you combine that with the current records they have, and if you look at our predictions, they are pretty much the same. So,
wow,
Navi just feels unstoppable right now. They feel like there's no team that can beat them right now, and I don't know if any team can really take that away from them. So I guess Synchronic will try their hardest, but no matter what, it's going to be a tough match.
It is going to be a tough match there, but Itsu, what a comeback from yesterday on your predictions.
Wow.
You were dead last and now on the verge of going perfect. I mean, you're not going to go perfect now that I said it, but...
Yeah.
And...
Wait, you saying Navi's going to lose?
I mean, there could be a bracket reset. Who knows? I mean, we got the power of jinxing on our side, right? And so that's just... You just never know what's going to happen here in this meta, right?
I'm just following the calls of the community. I mean, they are perfect so far as well today. So that is for sure something. But let's take a look at the stats, because, I mean, I can now understand a little bit more where those 89% of you guys are voting for Navi, because take a look at those stats. 99.9% average destruction, 14.9% average stars, which is just absurd. It is crazy how high those numbers are. On the other side, those Synchronic are really solid there as well. With their lineup, those stats are really impressive still, Eric.
Yeah, it's still like an average of 90% as the 3-star rate there, meaning they miss once every other war. And that is really impressive here. So we would hope that they can continue and make sure that this specific war obviously is going to be much higher pressure. I mean, some of those misses were in the latter stages where things are a little bit more relaxed and they're playing through 30 wars, and Like that's a little bit different there when you're having this high pressure situation of going against Na'Vi in the grand finals. And but Navi's stats are crazy as well, because if you look at what we have here, like we have 2 misses total, and that is over the course of now 37 wars. So that means in 385 total attacks over the course of this World Championship Golden Ticket competition, they have 383 triples, only 2 misses total for this entire competition, which is mind-blowing. But on top of that, they're going insanely fast as well, and they have some of the most competitive times on top of their crazy hit rates.
It's so impressive to see what Na'Vi is bringing with the fast attacks being under a minute 20 with majority of their hits, and then even trying to get as close to the 60-second mark as possible. And Synchronic, they know exactly what they need to do. They need to be hitting a minute 10 for each one of their attacks to be trying to compete against Na'Vi. And not only do they have to do it once, but they have to do it twice in order to have a chance to try to win a golden ticket here. So I'm curious on, do they bring any other attacks other than Root Riders and Valkyries? Na'Vi is the one team that has had to use less spaces than anybody else. So Na'Vi could, in theory, have some bases we haven't seen yet that is prepared just for this moment here, Itsu.
Yeah, that could be for sure an option. But, I mean, I think they're fine as long as Stars is not bringing the witches again. I was so scared with that one attack. I mean, Eric said it. Like, do the teammates know what strategy he's going to bring? Were they actually happy with his choice of, well, I'm going all witches, guys. I hope you are fine with that. Or did they just know and got a heart attack while seeing that he actually went in with that strategy and with that army? Looking forward, I hope I will see some Lalo again from him. But that is just impressive to say the least. And Navi's players, they're ready, they're concentrating, and they're planning their attacks already right now as we're speaking.
Yeah, very just focused moment right here as they had to just go through the last couple things here, especially for like the openers, because typically P. Castro on camera now is the opening attack for Nav. It's the newest addition to the roster. He actually played for Class Champs last year, and he was the star player on their team. Remember when P. Castro, during last year's World Championship run for Class Champs, he had a 100% hit rate at Town Hall 15, which is an even more impressive thing than doing it at Town Hall 16, because that was a much more difficult meta. So that's insane, and he just got that World Championship title as a result of that. But then the rest of the team was around for when Na'Vi won the World Championship in 2022. So every single player on that roster has a World Championship title under their belt, and still to this day there's actually no player in the world who has 2. So one of these times we're going to see one of these teams make it up there, and we'll see a double World Championship title player, and that could very likely be a team like either of these, as they have been performing at that level consistently.
I mean, odds are eventually the Na'Vi players will get 2 world championships because they've been a part of every single one. Well, not every single player has, but the majority of them have. So they have so much experience, not only on the world stage, but in person as well. There's been some years that it was fully online, and then the rest have been in person with the bright lights, the camera, the audience. And it's a completely different feel than when you're playing at home. It's you have that experience. What is it like to play on the big stage that all these players are trying to fight for?
I mean, just so different. You obviously hear the audience. You obviously as well feel when like people are like stamping on the ground and like just making noise. You just feel the energy as well. It is completely different than sitting in your room having to think about things like, oh, there's light shining in my face and things like that. You don't have to worry about that on stage, okay? This is complete different problems. And as well, something we can highlight is all of the players obviously have different priorities when it comes down to where they're attacking. We have seen some players attacking from the table. I think the majority are actually doing that. We have seen some players are like laying in bed and things like that where they can concentrate the best, but on stage that's different. You have to sit on that desk, you have to sit on that chair and get your attacks in, and that's what it's all about. And we are getting ready for the first attack of this epic showdown, of this epic final, and Simon is going to lead the charge for the Synchronic.
That's right, and P. Castro will be playing first on defense. And guys, it's underway. I'm stepping out. You guys have fun with this. This is going to be a wild, wild war, and I can't wait to see it from the sidelines.
Thank you. And here we go. The grand final match is set. Na'Vi taking on Synchronic. If Na'Vi wins, they will be getting the very first golden ticket of the Clash of Clans esports this year. But Synchronic is looking to try to upset them and force a bracket reset as Simon is starting in with the Root Rise. The Valkyries pulls out that Ice Golem Clan Castle nice and early.
And he's going with a lock launcher, something which we have not seen that often. Typically, we always see that these barracks, but remember, this is the base, I believe, which gave DP quite some problems and struggled quite a bit versus it. He was able to triple it in the end, but it was a close one for sure. As Simon is now pushing in, the core should get taken care of this lock launcher with the troops coming out of this. The Queen, I believe, is charging from the bottom side with the Royal Gem together, and everything is pushing further towards the Town Hall. The Town Hall's all the way back on the other side.
Yeah, he needs these Yetis to jump over. Does decide to freeze the Town Hall with Super Barbarians come all the way through the top side as the Royal Champions Fox has gone down. But pops her ability to, so the Hogs come through. Gonna have to deal with a bunch of these ground skeletons as these Yeti Mites are jumping the wall for the Town Hall. Takes that down as he continues with finally now popping that Queen ability.
Yeah, finally popping that Queen ability, but this is looking like the first 3-star, and this is looking like a really fast attack as well. 1 minute and around 20 seconds it should be with the last building going down. So solid first strike for Synchronic. Simon getting the job done. And Na'Vi has to follow. We have talked about it. P. Castro, not only the first person to defend here, but as well typically the first attack to open things up for Na'Vi. And it was in the end actually a 1 minute 21 second attack.
I think he was thinking it could have been even faster. He wanted to be closer to minute 10 because he knows that what Na'Vi is capable of doing for every single one of their attacks. As the push went right through the Ice Golems. And notice how Pikachu's base had the Clan Castle pretty exposed towards the outside, meaning you could pull it very quickly, which in theory could change the pathing of your troops depending on if the Ice Golems go a certain way, your troops go into a certain compartment, don't take someone down. But still this log launcher and freezing up that core so that logs could open up the core, and then the Yetis coming out got some fantastic value.
Yeah, but this outside clan castle is a really common base building approach in Legends, because what it does is you have then 2 areas of high damage. The first layer is around the clan castle where you're forcing an early warden ability to get through the defenses there. And then you have a second layer around the town hall. That's exactly what is the type of base on this one. We have the Expos, the multi-task tower, and the merged cannon around the town hall. But then we're having all of the defenses around the clan castle. So it's 2 high damage areas, but you only have 1 warden ability, and by the time where you reach the other town hall side, the healing effect of the Eternal Tome and the healing book combination has already run out, and this is where people are then struggling a little bit with power sometimes. But obviously if you're as good as those players, then this might be just a time thing, which is just another really nice trick for base builders to make attacks like the Mass Root Rise a little bit harder to execute.
Yeah, they're just trying to be as efficient as possible. And they know one fail, a single 99%, could be the difference in this match, as P. Castro is coming in first here to set the tone for Na'Vi. We saw Simon coming with a minute 21 triple for Synchronic, and now P. Castro is looking to answer or even beat that time. Both these teams know that the other is capable of putting up a very quick, perfect war, so that must put even more pressure, as now P. Castro is ready to answer the call with 8 Root Riders, Valkyries, and an Overgrowth spell.
That's right, we have the Frozen Arrow this time around, so hopefully we do not see a case again where the Inferno Tower is going to win that 1 versus 1 for a 99%. But instead, we have now the Root Riders. The Queen is funneling everything. The King is getting jumped into the Monolith compartment, and everything working alongside each other. But wait a second, the Clan Castle luring that King away, and the Monolith is going to stay alive. Is this going to be a big problem now, though?
We've seen the issues before where if the King doesn't take the jump spell, that causes a big issue. He does take out the multi-target Inferno, but the Valkyries from that siege barracks is coming back to help go in for the Monolith here, as the King is running his way down south while he did overgrowth that whole core of the base.
Yeah, the overgrowth spell is quite nice, but remember, the town was then one of the last buildings, so he needs to have enough power. He needs to have enough root riders alive to then come back through those defenses and get towards the town hall. Now we have the overgrowth spell running out. The warden is getting targeted. The king is going in, taking some defenses out. Is it going to be enough power? The rage, the tornado trap, delaying that royal champion though.
Yeah, the king's getting spun around, does wall break from the top side, actually used the wall breaker to jump to help open up the top of that super barbarian. Very nice wall breaker, a small little detail that can help with time of damaging the building. Does have the queen ability. It is a 3-star, but it is slower than what Simon did for Synchronic, as this is going to be a 1 minute and 36 second 3-star coming in for Na'Vi.
Yeah, so we have the early lead for Synchronic, but we have seen now matches so many times changing the team in the lead, with teams messing things up, even getting the 3rd star, but as well time attacks. Like if one thing is going wrong in one of those time optimized attacks, well, things can go downhill really, really quick. And let's hope that this is not going to happen to any of those teams, but there is always the possibility.
Always a possibility, but Pikachu was able to recover after the king didn't take the jump in, but still getting a 3-star and a perfectly placed overgrowth spell covering that whole core, and did end up finishing on the middle of the space and saving that king ability for the end of the attack. Really got some very nice value, but we have players, Klaus, Gaku, Stars, and Kazuma, who are going to be looking to bring that average attack duration even lower.
Yeah, they will try their best to do exactly that, but now first we have the next attacker for Synchronic, I believe, to go in with their next attack and hopefully showcase why they're here, get their best possible attack in, and showcase what they can do, what and why they are at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, with the RC getting fantastic value using rage spells, and we're seeing a lot of pros do that, where the rage spell paired with the Royal Champion can be very strong, and then the hogs and the hog puppet that come from it just raged up, moving on through. And the nice thing about the hog puppet is when you pop that RC ability, you have the RC go invisible for that quick second, so that the defenses stop targeting her and change targets. As now Einstein is up next here for Synchronic to try to bring their time even lower, as their first attack from Simon was 1 minute 21 seconds.
Yeah, really solid and quick attack. Can he recover, or can Einstein now recover from his 99, which he got in the last match, though? That is the big question, versus Kazuma, who is on the defensive side of this one. And we have the common epic equipment combinations, the epic equipments for King and Queen, and then the common equipments for Warden and Royal Champion here. But the strategy overall stays the same, with the Root Riders, with the Valkyries, with the Barbarians. And he is splitting things up quite a bit. That is a quick opening attack from a different angle.
Yeah, with Root Riders moving on through, he wants his heroes to remove the defensive King. Does send a few headhunters to slow him down. Dropping some skeleton spells out in front of these Root Riders. Looking to push his way through as the Clan Castle is a little bit deeper, further into the base, as his King can pass into the Town Hall. If he grabs that, that can really help protect these Root Riders.
Yeah, and so far, the wave of Root Riders is just perfect. Like, you want to have like an even spread going through the village. And so far, this looks amazing from what he's doing. But right now, they're clumping up a little bit, which should be all right, because the the healing book of the Warden is keeping things alive. There goes the rage spell now. Is it enough coverage for the back end? I think he should be all right with the Royal Champion spawning up. Wait a second, there is a ton of spring traps, and those hogs are getting spring trapped away really quickly.
With a minute now just passing in the attack, the Queen's continuing through this expo. Super Barbarians are perfectly used to help clean up the outside buildings, taking that down, and Einstein is delivering here with a 3-star. He did get a 99% in his previous attack, and what an answer, coming in with a very quick and efficient triple here for Synchronic. Great attack there, which hits at a minute 14 for them now.
This means they're even improving their average time to 1 minute 17 overall total. Remember, Di Castro just 3-starred with 1 minute 36 seconds. So overall, quite some lead right now for Synchronic, but we're waiting then for the second attack for Na'Vi to make this an even battle. But the approach looked amazing. I mean, he has sent the king for the town hall, and then he wanted to swoop around the entire town hall compartment with his root riders. And the spread, the pack, the pacing and everything was just perfect on this one.
Yeah, with a very nice warden ability, preventing, with that king, preventing the root riders from going into the town hall, help them move their way right on behind it to get that nice value. And those super minions, he did indeed have come out of that siege barracks, and not Valkyries. So the super minions could just fly over the walls and help assist to pick off some of these buildings, which included that single target Inferno right there. So great attack here from Einstein. I can only imagine the pressure that you're under at this stage with what's on the line.
Yeah, everything is on the line for those two teams. The first golden ticket would mean so much to them because we need to highlight this again. The last years we had 8 golden tickets total. This year it is 6. So winning one of those golden tickets early on is such an incredible milestone for your team, because you do not have to worry about that anymore than for the rest of the year, with knowing that there is way less golden tickets now for this year available for the team. So this match is stress on the highest level.
It really is. Their hands are shaking trying to deploy the troops. I know at least they don't have to do any skelly donuts, right? Because if their hands are shaking for those, that's where you can make you can mess up your attack, because skelly donut attacks, they're just too slow. They're not efficient enough, just like these root riders are. So it's really up to now Klaus to be attacking next. All right. Na'Vi does not usually always have the exact same order. Sometimes they switch it up, but Picasso typically for Na'Vi likes to really start it off to bring in the first attack. So let's see what Klaus can do here next for Na'Vi.
Klaus, the fan favorite, going in with the root riders. He has the jump in there. He has some wall breaks to have the separate hero dive probably. But we have seen exactly this base causing quite some problems earlier. Every troop disappeared in the core, and I think it was one of the higher times in this tournament. It was like a 3-star with 2+ minutes, so he needs to make sure that this is not happening to him, because this core is dangerous.
It is, as 3 ice golems come out, dropping skeleton spells out in front, wall breaking, so the queen can walk her way up into that monolith. Pops that early warning ability, gonna move his way on through to the ricochet cannon. Remember, there is an invisibility spell right next to that town hall, which can cause an issue with pathing, as we have 1 jump to use in this army.
Yeah, only 1 jump, and he's using that on the back end. The queen is in danger. Wait a second. Forcing that ability. The healers are trying their best to keep that queen alive, but the core is staying alive. But we have a huge wave of root riders coming in from that bottom side. The jump spell has not been deployed just yet. Where is he going to deploy that? Is that for the queen? Is that for the Barbarian King? But the root riders are there, so the jump spell is not really needed right now.
I don't know what he's going to jump at this point. He decides to jump that queen. A couple super barbs coming into the top side. Super minions taking out that multi-arch tower. Yes, that goes down. That's going to be clutch. So he does not have to come back for it. Look at this. 99%. And he's finishing on the town hall. The very last building to take down. And it is a 3-star coming in for Klaus with the Root Riders and Valkyries. And now a minute 20, bringing their time down to stay competitive in this match.
Yes, I will just again quickly summarize the time for everyone. We have Synchronic with 1 minute and 17 seconds on average so far, and Na'Vi is in this one with 1 minute 28 seconds on average. So really close, those two teams, considering that we had only 2 attacks each in between the two teams, and there's still quite a few attacks left in this one, so things can change a lot.
Can change indeed. A total time difference right now is 19 seconds, deciding these two teams here when you don't take the average into account, just total time between them and how quick and efficient they can be. But I was scared, just like you were, with that invisibility spell next to that mile of the queen ability. If it was If the queen died through ability, that could have been terrible. But luckily, he did have the invisibility vial to allow the queen to go invisible, and the healer's healing that queen back up.
Yeah, that was scary for a moment for sure, but really nicely reacting to getting the job done here with the freeze, and then having just too many Root Riders left alive for the back end. The jump spell, not everything went to plan, but he really nicely reacted to get the job done versus this base of Synchronic or Philip. Now it's back again to Synchronic themselves. They have to attack next, and so far they were one of the teams who on offense, well, there was from time to time a moment where they were able to maybe not perform on the highest level. They were so far the team with the craziest defensive stats, but they have to make sure that their offense in this match especially is just perfect and super clean.
Yeah, General X, who has been voted the MVP several times for Synchronic, is up next. So let's see if he's going to bring an MVP caliber type of an attack here for their team. Remember, this is the grand finals. This is the very first match if Synchronic wins. If Synchronic wins, then you get a bracket reset and you get match number 2. But if Synchronic loses, Navi is given the golden ticket, and that is it since they're from the upper bracket. But now General X, the captain of Synchronic, is in with that Queen King off to the right, going down nice and early within 5 seconds. We already have the King, Siege Barracks, World Champion, and the Root Riders are down with the Warden as 10 seconds have now just eclipsed this attack.
He is moving fast indeed, pushing his King with the Root Riders into the core, where the Royal Champion is already deployed down there at the bottom side to take down the Inferno Tower, to take down the defenses which are out of range of those Root Riders. The Queen is just going around the right side, but one thing which is important on this base, first off, the monolith is really isolated. Second thing is, there is no defenses inside that tunnel compartment, which means Root Riders are less likely to open up that tunnel compartment.
Yeah, he does attack from the opposite side, which means that it could be quick attacking from the opposite side and the end to the top all together, but it is also risky as he does drop a freeze onto the backside scatter and that X-Bow popping the King ability. Now Root Riders opening the wall into the monolith, freezing it up and freezing the Queen at the exact same time as he does wall break to allow to try to have the Queen potentially step to the Town Hall.
Yeah, the Queen getting raged up now to take down all of the buildings around it. He has still the Queen ability. There's the healers. What is the equipment looking like? And that is the answer there. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock still, which means we're going to get closer to the 1 minute 30 second mark.
Yeah.
And this is for sure one of the slower attacks. The Barbarian King even staying alive, which means he's slowing down even further.
Boy.
Especially if that Queen is now getting stuck on that Barbarian King. That could cause some problems, but I think she should skip him and take down the Army King first. And that indeed is going to be a 3-star. But let's take a look at the time. 1 minute, around 40 seconds, I think, was this one, which is dropping their average time by quite a bit. And yes, indeed, 1 minute 39 seconds. And this is, well, not looking good there for the average time then. I will just wait for the updated average time here, but I think it should be around 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute 24 seconds is now the official average time for Synchronic. 1 minute and 24 seconds. Navi, 1 minute 28 seconds, but they have to do one more attack, which could either increase or lower this time.
Yeah, this next attack is going to be a huge attack here for Navi. This one from General X is really making this war, bringing it back closer. Then every single attack is going to be playing a role here. And General X, unfortunately, yes, it's a 3-star. He wants to be quicker. He needs to be more efficient with the troops trying to get it down. But I really like how you use the wall breakers and open the walls for the multi-target Inferno so the Super Barbarians can go snipe them and take it out.
Yeah, and just the skeleton spell in the middle as well with the Inferno, like with the Town Hall Inferno being too close. It did not get the value really. Overall, it was a great plan, not gonna lie, and especially the idea of wall breaking and Super Barbarians to take down those island Inferno towers was a really smart one, but it did not pay out then in the end for him to actually get a quick attack as they would have needed to keep their advantage. The question is still, is Navi going to show up and get their quick next attack in? Because so far, Synchronic is still in the lead on the average time.
Yeah, but The next attacker is Gaku, which I'm just gonna be quoting. Okay, it's not from me, but it's from somebody that has been casting here. His name might be going by Eric, who said that Gaku is the weak link on Navi. I didn't say it, okay? This is coming from Eric, because Gaku is the only player to have any fails throughout this entire tournament. Every other player on Navi is perfect, and Gaku is looking to come in with the Root Riders, the Valkyries. Can he triple with speed?
Yeah, but I feel like that Synchronic, based on the traps with the skeleton traps there, for example, the Barbarian King, they have somewhat seen this entry point. Maybe there is a ton of giant bombs for those Root Riders, so they have definitely seen this type of entry. But is it enough to then either force a slow attack or to force a defense? That's the question. Can Gaku push it all the way through? The Royal Champion already struggling, has to force the Royal Champion ability. Things are not going in the favor of Gaku. This attack, I think, was somewhat baited.
Oh boy, we have the Queen abilities already been forced. The RC, her abilities already been forced, completely trying to make his way all the way around the space. Remember, he just kind of dropped that overgrowth, meaning it's going to last here for quite a while, as he's going to have to end through this back section and then come back into the core to grab that Town Hall. No more wall breakers, so he's going to have this Queen reach and grab this multi-target Inferno. Eventually, with 2 freezes left, he's got the Super Hogs coming through, so it's all about this troops making their way back for that Town Hall.
The Rage is there. The Royal Champ... No, wait, the Royal Champ is still there. I was just not sure with how many troops there were, but Town was going down, and in the end, Gaku has everything under control. I feel like overall, Rage Towers are great, but Overgrowth is just countering them so much. It's all about the correct timing, though. You want to make sure that the Overgrowth spell is getting deployed after the Rage Tower is triggered, because this makes then the Spell Tower completely useless, and this means it's overall 1 minute 33 seconds, and this is pushing their average up to 1 minute 29 seconds compared to this average of Synchronic with 1 minute 24 seconds. So an average of 5 seconds is the difference between those two teams.
And with that average of 5 means a total score of a time of 15 seconds. That is the differential. So now here's the question. If it came down to 2 players, Synchronic has Mark and Philip, Navi has Stars and Kazuma, and let's say it was completely even, which it is right now, and you give Synchronic a 15-second lead, who you taking, you know? With Synchronic having a 15-second lead with these 2 players for each team, it's gonna come down to the very end. Oh, it's gonna be a good one.
It's going to be a good one for sure. The match could not be any closer, man. 15 seconds is not much, considering that we had already 3 attacks each. I feel like this has to be one of the closest matches we had so far in the tournament, because I feel like by now most of the teams had a lead in some way. It was actually a significant lead, either by stars or by then the average time. But this one instead so far is still close, and we have then the next attacker hopefully soon happening.
Yep, Synchronic is going to be looking to lower that time even more. They want to add to their 15-second lead, and it's just crazy. Just literally 1 troop that you drop in the beginning could be the difference in exactly that. As Philip is now coming in here for Synchronic, of course, it's most likely going to be Root Riders and Valkyries who are going to be seeing all day today. But Stars, when he does his attack, who's defending right now, he might not be coming to Root Riders and Valkyries. He's been coming with Lalo, and then he came in with an absolutely insane attack early in their previous match, which was Mass Witches.
Oh god, please don't do it again, Stars. But we have Philip first, who so far has been really incredible within those attacks, and he is going with the Electro Dragons. Okay, this core is really compact, so I can totally understand why he's doing it. Oh, that was genius. Getting the Rocket Loon in there, and with the chain of the Electro Dragon, he's actually taking down the air defense for the funneling. That was really nicely done. Really smart move to start things off. Getting the pathing right for those Electro Dragons, with then the Queen and the King now pushing those Electro Dragons into the core, but he has to get those freezes right. The sweepers should not annoy him if he's getting the freezes right.
Yeah, with the king to the left, going to be able to help take out the defensive king. Tesla Farm pulling some E-Dragons there, but he needs these he only has one E-Drag. That's making its way to the Town Hall, trying to get the chain. Yes, the Town Hall goes down. That was clutch as the World Champion has now been deployed to the right side as the Super Dragon coming out of that siege pit, or out of the Stone Slammer, which we haven't seen too much here today. As the Super Dragon continues its way around, E-Dragon's got the value in the core. Now it's up to the heroes to continue to run around.
Oh, but the Fern Tower is staying alive. The Queen won't be able to reach it. He has to pop that Queen ability. Make sure that the healers are tanking. The Royal Champion with her equipment and ability still there. He's going to pop it, but it's going to go right into the bomb tower. But I feel like, is it still going to be enough? He's celebrating. He knows it is actually indeed enough. The Fern Tower is nearly dead. And it's the 3-star with 1 minute, I think it was 1 minute 18 seconds, which would improve their average time. And that is actually a massive, massive attack for Synchronic in this one.
So, what Na'Vi has to do in their next attack in order to tie this matchup 100% is either Stars or Kazuma must get a 63% 2-star to tie this matchup. That's the mark that they have to do in the very next attack, which is totally feasible, but it's difficult. That is going to be a very difficult mark to hit, but I mean, a player like Stars or Kazuma, they're definitely up for the challenge.
They're up for the challenge for sure. If there is a team who's able to come back from this, it has to be for sure Na'Vi. But on this attack, the spell usage was beautiful. He always made sure that he was able to freeze the scatter and the Town Hall and the Sweeper all together. Great spell timing and placement there for the freezes in the core of this base. And then the backhand was no problem either, even though only the Royal Champion survived. But hey, that's already enough, right? Like, you need only one troop to survive or one hero, and that is exactly what he did there. Nicely done to get this 3-star for his team.
Yeah, I'm here. Did I say 63% 2-star? No, it has to be a triple. 63 seconds. 63 seconds is what they have to get in order to tie it up. There you go. Okay, a lot of you knew what I meant. 63 seconds, not 63% 2-star. That would be almost a guarantee for the other team to win. So can Stars or Kazuma get that 63 seconds to tie this matchup in terms of the time? Because that is what Synchronic is in the lead with right now.
That's right, and Navi's up next, so they could either make this now closer or fall even further behind. And I feel like at this point, falling behind further than what they have already with those kind of like 15 seconds, which that was before the attack of Philip. Yeah. With only one attack left then, that would have been not the optimal position. So they need to make sure at least staying close to what Philip just did, or equal, to make sure that then Stars, as the last attacker, has the chance of coming back. Because Kazuma is going to attack next, and he's going to attack one of the main base builders of Synchronic with Mark and his base probably.
Yeah, with Mark trying to defend. Not many attacks left here. But remember, this is the first match of the Grand Finals if Synchronic wins. Because Synchronic is coming from the lower bracket, they must force a bracket reset to have a chance of getting a golden ticket. But here we go. Kazuma is looking to hit 63 seconds. If he does that, they will be tied exactly in this war. Granted, it's a 63-second triple here for Kazuma. He's coming with the Root Riders. Valks does have the overgrowth. And the approach might just be having to drop all the heroes in different corners with the Root Riders coming in to try to be as quick as possible. As the Root Riders, Siege Barracks is down. Starting in with Valkyrie Super Barbs as well to the right. King to the top. Probably the Queen might be placed up there as well. No, Queen is down to the bottom. So he's really spreading these troops out.
He is really making sure that every angle of this base is getting attacked from his troops. There goes the rage, there goes the one ability. Nicely waiting for the defenses to first deal some damage to his Root Riders, to then take advantage of the invincibility and the healing effect of this equipment combination. The Queen still trying her best to support the troops, but she is kind of... Please don't go for the wall. She is not. She's going around for the bottom side, bottom compartment, and the overgrowth spell doing so far a great job of making sure that there is no damage on those troops.
Yeah, passing right by this Town Hall right now. Queen still has her ability, has her rage, which can really speed things up. We're just passing 50 seconds here, so he's on track for the 63-second mark, trying to get to that as close as possible. One rage left, trying to get to the tower. There's 60. Okay, he still has to get to the core. He had to wait a little bit for that overgrowth spell to wear off.
Place the rage. He's placing it. I don't know, maybe not perfect, but it is for sure a quick 3-star. But was it quick enough to stay close? I mean, those two teams are like going back and forth non-stop. And this was a 1 minute 14 seconds.
Wow.
So it was faster. They saved some seconds for the last 2 attacks of this match. Mark versus Stars. This is the last matchup. And this is not much time between those two teams. Around a 2-second average difference between those teams. That is not much, Corbin. That is not much whatsoever.
It's not. Absolutely insane. Coming down here in literally a matter of 2 seconds average, calculating to 10, around 10, 11 seconds here. That is really the actual difference here. And that could be a matter of your troop walking a little bit, grabbing a building, forgetting a building, your wizards getting dropped a couple seconds late to take out a storage. Like, all these details matter, and it's coming down to this final attack here to see if Na'Vi can win a golden ticket. If not, they'll have a second chance to take on Synchronic again, and that will determine who's actually going to officially get the first golden ticket.
Oh my goodness. Maybe just a couple of seconds or even like 1 second those troops had to wait for the overgrowth could be the deciding factor in this match. Just to think about things like that is crazy. It's massive. But Synchronic has to attack first. They're setting the bar. So Stars can react. Stars can react and decide, okay, what do I have to do? I don't even know if he has enough time to react and do any plan switches or whatever. But this is what it comes down to. Mark versus Stars. Who is going to win this for their teams?
Well, this is it. The final 2 attacks that we've been seeing all weekend, even through last week, all these teams have been fighting for is the moment right here, trying to get that first golden ticket. It's within grasp of Na'Vi. They're so close. But Synchronic have to force another match in order to try to get it. Both these teams already have the silver ticket, so they got that off of the weight off of the shoulders for that. But that's not what they want. They want the golden ticket so they don't have to fight in the last chance qualifiers, because that is going to be very difficult as well. You never know what's going to happen. But here we go. We're going to have Mark now attack here for Synchronic with an 11-second total time lead. Coming in with the Root Riders, the Valkyrie. No overgrowth here. Does have that jump spell, which usually is going to be paired in with the King.
And he's using the frozen arrow. Those are all things which could improve the time by just 1 or few seconds, which could be the deciding factor for this one. He's going for the healer puppet instead. And we have the Root Riders in. They're going straight into that monolith. There is no overgrowth, so it's all about just raw power going through that core and the 2 poison towers.
Yeah, that King, look at him going straight on into the town hall. No tornado trap, which, oh, there's the tornado trap, just as I say it, pulling that King away from the town hall, so he does freeze. Will the King be able to secure it? He does invest the rage spell to try to take it down as the Queen is continuing her walk to the top side.
Oh no, but the Royal Champ is stuck inside that town of poison. If he's going to spawn those Hog Riders now, they're going to be all inside that town of poison as well. And yes, they take some extra damage. All of that could result into less efficient on the back end. Still below the 1 minute mark by now. 2 minutes is the remaining time, and this attack is moving really quick towards the end of the 3-star, at the end of the road.
Yeah, every second here matters. He's got to finish on these storages. It is a 3-star, which means Stars must triple in order to have a chance to win. But Mark does indeed get a triple here, sitting at a total of 6 minutes and 48 seconds total for Synchronic, which that attack was a minute 16, while Na'Vi is sitting at 5 minutes and 43 seconds. So Na'Vi, Stars, has to get a 1 minute and 5 second triple to they have it exactly the same tied on average attack duration. Okay, 65 seconds. Can Stars do it?
That's the question. I mean, that is going to be crazy. I mean, he has to speed this up as much as possible. I mean, at this point, he kind of can risk going for the 3-star. When what I mean by that is he doesn't need to care about the 3-star. It's more about like full risk, because if he does not get this by time, doesn't matter if it's like a 3-star and a 20 seconds or a 1-star for the result in the end. They're not going to win this. So he can take all the risk he wants and he can go as risky as possible. So I'm wondering what exactly he's going to come up with.
This is the thing, though, that we have to keep in mind. We have the stats behind here that we can kind of see the time. But what they take into account in terms of the rules is the average. So even if he gets like a 64 or maybe 65, it could be like the same on average attack duration. So we're gonna have to really see if it comes down to this. He's gonna try to get as close to the 60-second mark, but it is coming down to this moment right here. Can Stars get at least below the 65 seconds? That's the mark that we're keeping our eye on here. Stars, the final attacker. Is he gonna put in jeopardy his perfect streak? I mean, of course you are, right? You don't care about your perfect streak. You're gonna go all out. I mean, it must remain perfect in order to have a chance at winning this match. So, good luck to you, Stars.
Oh, Carbon, why are my hands sweating just watching this? This is just really nerve-wracking here. His 64-second 3-star is what he needs to win for his team. He needs to somehow get this done. Is he going to go with the Lalo? Is he going to go with the mass witches again?
He's gonna go witches, right? Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
We will see, but I hope kind of for Lalo, because if there's someone who's going with okay, he's going with the Lalo. Because if there's someone as multitasking specialist as he is, he's for sure, he has for sure the chance of doing that. So he is having the classic equipment combination. Going with 2 hounds is bringing a couple of super barbarians for funneling and things like that. But he has, what he has to do is he has to play the hero dive as he's starting with a Lalo. He has to do pretty much everything at the same time, which is so insanely hard to do.
Look at this. Look, queen down, king down. They're going to move through. Remember, it's got to be 64 seconds. He's got the lightning spells. There's the lightning. It's going in as his heroes go. There's the Wallow. It's already starting with the Warden, and he's got a Diggy on the Warden. Royal Chimp's already deployed. Everything's coming down at once. Good luck, Stars.
Oh, my lord. We have the blimp now flying towards the core. The haste spell is deployed. The blimp is there. The tornado trap. The tornado trap. Not. Oh, there is the trap, but it's too far behind. The tower should go down. The freeze is there. The tower indeed is down. The queen kinda. Oh no, the queen went down on the bottom side though. The multi-fire tower staying alive.
Oh no, that queen was supposed to clear that bottom side as the balloons are moving their way from the top. He has a lot of minions clearing the top. He still has the RC ability. Minions, 1 wizard left. The enemy queen, unfortunately, is still alive over on the far right side. As he's gonna have to push through the enemy queen.
Oh no, it's 6 more seconds. Can he get it? The minions are doing their job, but the bottom compartment is staying alive.
Yeah.
It is going to be the 3-star, but it is going to be a reset of the bracket because Synchronic are going to actually win this match 15-15. Because this 3-star, it sounds weird to say, but it was too slow. Stars and getting the 3-star, doing everything possible. I mean, do you think you could have started even earlier with the Lalo? I don't think so. I mean, that was already a master class of multitasking. Hero dive, lightnings, Lalo, everything at the same time. That was impressive.
How do you be quicker than that? It was so efficient. Unfortunately, the queen going down meant that she could not clear the bottom side, but congrats to Synchronic as they were able to win by 11 seconds total. And we're going to take a look at this replay here of this queen and exactly how she ended up going down.
Yeah, was it through her ability because some clan caster troops or the monolith maybe even, or what exactly happened there? The ice golem is popping or like getting spring trapped away. What is happening now to the queen? The queen so far looking good. The monolith starts shooting. No, don't tell me that no. Queen? No! Yeah. She went down in her ability. This could have been the deciding factor. That queen ability. Multi-Inferno Tower is gone. Multi-Inferno Tower means that the loons are surviving at the bottom side, and this could have been a whole different story. 1 queen ability, 1 button is maybe all the difference what Synchronic needed to win this match.
That's it. That's all it takes. And now Synchronic has got another life, forcing a bracket reset coming in from the lower bracket. And Itsu, they got sent to the lower bracket from the first match. and they have come all the way back. Synchronic would have taken on Na'Vi in the second round if they won the match, but unfortunately did not, got sent to the lower, and have been dominating through the lower bracket, forcing a bracket reset to really prove who is going to be getting crowned the first golden ticket winner here. 15-15. What a match, and of course we could not have it any other way.
Yeah, and take a look at that. The time overall, we had General X on the Synchronic side with the slowest attack, and then on the other side from Picasso with 1 minute and 36 seconds. I mean, those times are just crazy to think about that they're 3-starring those bases like it's nothing. What an incredible match that was. And as we said, it is going to be then the reset of the bracket. And there were only a couple of teams in the history of Clash Esports who were able to get a victory through the lower bracket, and it was actually Na'Vi on the other way, like on the other side. So Eric, what was your impression of that match now?
It just goes to show you the smallest little things there, the smallest little details that just trim off a few seconds here and there. When you're playing at this level of play, it's those little details that could cascade into bigger and bigger problems. And if it costs you 10 seconds, that could be the difference of the war. And we see it right here. That was absolutely insane. But what's even better is we get to see them play again. And so if we get another match of that level with that tight finish, then we're in for a treat.
We are indeed. So let's take a look at the MVP. We have another one coming in from General X. The fans are loving the votes on General X, coming in 25% with stars right there and 24. But General X helping Synchronic to push the lead and winning this match on time, where we will have one more. The final match. Literally cannot have any more matches than this right now in the Clash of Clans monthly finals.
I was getting so many MVP votes. I mean, he was the slowest attack in this one. It's like,
I don't know.
What are people voting for, guys? You have to vote for quick times. That's well, maybe he did something fancy during the attack in the face, like in the player cam, won some hearts of the fans, of the viewers. Who knows? But he's getting another MVP of that match. But this match, it could have not been any closer since the beginning. And the thing overall was that none of the teams are really pulling ahead. I think it was always close through the entire time of this match. Always a couple of seconds only of a difference. And this has not changed till the end. Like, even in the end, it was like a 2-second average, I think, difference. So it was just crazy.
Yeah, and when you have a slow attack and then it's matched by a slow attack, and then you have a fast attack and it's matched by a fast attack, and it's just like that that's like that war feels scripted, you know, like that was absolutely insane. And then I have to wonder with that queen dying through ability, would they have been able to swing the war if she was able to survive? Because that smallest detail ended up being the end. But there's obviously so many different times during the war there that small things could have been a little bit different and trimmed off a few seconds here and there. And so he may not have ever been put in that position, but still, like, that was a crazy fast attack there that he attempted, even though he had to go even faster, and it still put him below the average that we're seeing. And that's just insane to even think about, that you can swag a queen ability and get that far, that close.
Yeah, it is crazy. It's absolutely insane. But as we get ready for the final match that we will have here today, let's go ahead and throw it to a break and look at some of the highlights that we've had this weekend so far. welcome back here as we are getting ready for the final match today and this weekend, where we will officially be giving away the very first golden ticket this year in Clash of Clans esports to the World Finals. That is what these teams are fighting for. Itsu and Eric, are you guys ready for the golden ticket going to be handed out between this amazing match, Navi and Synchronic? Itsu, what's your thoughts?
I mean, I'm so ready. At this point, I feel like it comes down to nerfs. I mean, both of those teams have proven to be just at the top of their game right now when it comes down to attacking. So now it just means who can somehow stay calm, because this is just an incredible amount of pressure between those two teams right now.
Yeah, it was a very, very impressive showing here from Synchronic, especially knowing that they had to sweep across the entirety of the lower bracket to be able to reach this here. Remember, they went down in that first round in the upper bracket there, and they got a DQ on that upper bracket round after they got a perfect war against VM Surgical from Integrity Cam that turned off. But ever since then, it's 15, 15, 14, and now 15 in the first round. And as we get ready for the final round here, they got momentum. They got momentum, even in the war that they technically lost. So this is just an incredible, incredible rally of their team to be able to come back and sweep that lower bracket and now face off against Navi with one win on the board here and one more that'll decide it all.
Take a look at Navi's scores. 15 in their first match in the upper semis, 15 against Vatang, 15 again against Synchronic, and they're probably going to be looking to add a fourth 15-star war in a row. To think that 15 stars is not enough and you have to be quick and you have to be fast, well, I mean, they're fighting for not only golden ticket, but also a prize of $18,000 for first place. It's a 6,000 differential between first and second.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in between those two different places, but I feel like what is even more important is like the difference between the golden and the silver ticket, because golden ticket means that you're getting guaranteed spot in the World's Championship finals, and this means that you're getting at least that prize money for the 6th seed within that competition, which is way higher than as well. So the first seed is actually a crazy amount of crazy difference between first and second, and the money difference, and obviously then the ticket upgrade, I want to call it, with the golden ticket instead of silver ticket is a huge thing, a huge deal. And this is why we're here now, because Synchronic somehow made it return the favor with the 15 stars, were quicker, and force this tiebreaker match.
Yeah, and let's also keep in mind that if they do make it to the World Championship, that is a $1 million prize pool that is only being split between 6 different teams there. So if you make it a last place in the World Championship, just getting the golden ticket secured is way more than the $6,000 difference of the prize money that they would get this month, which is insanity. But these teams have definitely stepped up their game here for this one here. And the Navi played very well in that one there, even though they took the loss. Like, let's keep in mind that now, after that match has concluded, I've been kind of keeping tabs on how many attacks Navi has done and how many misses they've had overall this entire World Championship circuit for this April qualifier, and they are currently at 388 out of 390 triples. That means they've had 2 misses over the course of coming up on 400 attacks, which is unbelievable. And unfortunately, both of those came from Gaku, but that means the rest of the 4 players on the lineup are still sitting at a 100% hit rate.
Insane, the hit rate. It's just the odds are that Navi is going to be getting a perfect war. Synchronic is going to look to answer and do the exact same thing. So one of these teams is going to be getting the golden ticket here after this next match. The other will be getting the silver ticket. For those that are just joining and don't know what a silver ticket is, that means you will be able to then be invited to the last chance qualifiers. And only teams who have silver tickets can play in the last chance qualifiers for the final golden ticket that is given out to join the Clash of Clans World Championship at the end of the year. So that is why it's very important to have a chance there. But just getting a silver ticket is not a guarantee. You still have to win that tournament. So it's going to be a battle between the top teams in there as well. So it's still going to be a fight to push through.
That is for sure. As we're watching again a couple of those highlights, and I think overall it's just so impressive that even with those current nerfs and everything going on, the spell placement on especially like the next dragon attack like this are always so perfectly placed to get those 3 stars in. Because just imagine, I don't even know if people can imagine how much pressure that is and how different that is from doing a regular clan war, having your 24 hours planning time or overall long time to plan. Compare that now to those teams who have little to nothing of like planning time and always getting those right executions and then spell timing, spell placements, everything is just really impressive, and keeping their nerfs somehow under control really showcases how good those players actually are.
And I think if you don't fully understand what you're looking at as you're watching these attacks here, you may look at it and it looks like they're just spamming in everything, just throwing it all in and just hoping that it does what they needed to do. But let's keep in mind as they play through this that literally every single person who signed up for this tournament, the thousands of teams who entered in the ladder there and tried to compete, it was completely open sign-ups for anybody to play. Literally anybody is able to sign up for these World Championship circuits and have the same equal footing as these pro teams. But consistently, these are the teams that rise to the top over and over and over, no matter how the meta shifts. These guys adapt to the meta. They have controlled attacks there even when they are pushing the limits on what is possible on time. And it's just impressive to see every single time. And I think that's something that's very, very important to take note of here, because if it was just putting it all into a pile and then hoping that you get fast triples and expecting everything to triple, then we would see a random set of teams here. But no, we see the team who won the World Championship warm-up on one side, we see a former World Championship on the other side. Synchronic also won last year's 2nd place in the World Championship as well. This is all skill, every second of it, every time that you can trim off even a second off of an attack and consistently get the 3 stars and get those perfect wars all the time as well.
And now's the moment of trying to get our predictions of who we think is going to be getting that very first golden ticket. So I think I might have started before. It's you. I know you started. So Eric, how about we start with you? Who do you think is going to be taking the golden ticket here? Navi or Synchronic?
Well, I think did we all vote for Navi on the last one there? I gotta stay with Navi. I got Navi like right here, you know, they're my team. I gotta support. Okay, I can't point right there, but you know, Navi, you made that sign by the way, so thank you for that. Helping me support. But I'm picking Navi here.
You're taking Navi? Okay. Well, I'm going to take Navi as well. I'm going to think they're going to get their revenge for sending him to the lower bracket. Synchronic's had an amazing run, but taking down a team like Navi 2 matches in a row, that I think is almost impossible. But now that I say it, it probably might happen because I might just jinx it. How about you, Itsu?
Oh, it's such a tough call. I feel like just to showcase how close those teams actually are, I would go with Synchronic. I don't know if I'm jinxing them now or not. I mean, by now we just went with Navi all the first time, so it did not work in favor for them. So I just might split it here because I feel like it is really, really close. But let's take a look at the community prediction because I think they won't be close. That is what we always see when Navi is playing. But no, I think we should give Synchronic as well some credits with how well they did over the tournament, coming all the way back from the lower bracket and enforcing this third, overall this tiebreaker match is just impressive. And I feel like they have for sure what it takes. It's all about then again nerf management, and I feel with their bases in their back, they can maybe force some more mistakes from Navi in the end. That's my take on this one, but I think it's either way really close.
Oh yeah, well, playing through this many wars as well, like you got to think about, like Navi has had less wars in the upper bracket, and they got a full base building team to be able to keep their bases up to date. So they're only a couple wars deep because they were able to ride the upper bracket, where Synchronic had to ride the entirety of the lower bracket, and that means the chances that they still have bases that haven't been seen, they could switch around the traps there at the last second, but honestly, I don't think they're going to have much that Navi won't be able to go back and review the tape to be able to find out how the last person was able to take it down. So they may have extra information. But then again, I feel like Navi's running low on bases as well. I would be surprised if they aren't running some bases again. But there we go. There's those stats. 100% hit rate for 4 players.
Insane stats for all these players. Not only Navi, but also Synchronic. But the fact that you said that Navi is 390 total attacks so far in this tournament, and 3-starred 388 of them. Yes, only 2 fails, and both of them coming in from Gaku. That is why he's not at 100% hit rate. Is mind-blowing, but you never know. The final match, everything's on the line. You gotta throw it all out there, and you gotta do your absolute best to be as quick as possible, Itsu.
Yeah, and especially with the lineup of Synchronic, the stats might not seem as good as from Na'Vi, but it feels like this team somehow shows up when they need to. And this is something which I feel like is so underrated in overall esports, this clutch factor. And I think that is just really, really important to make sure that you get this far consistently in tournaments, and they have shown that. They have won the World's warm-up. They're now forcing this tiebreaker match. I think this is why they are going to win this. But we have Picastro this time around going to go first for Na'Vi, which means Synchronic are going to attack second.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the final match. By the end of this war, we will decide which team is the first to claim a golden ticket and make it into the Clash of Clans World Championship for 2024. Na'Vi versus Synchronic. This could not be a bigger matchup. After a bracket reset here, it does not get better than this. So let's kick it off here, Itsu, and let's dive in as Pete Castro begins our opening attack.
He is starting indeed, and he has to make sure that he's attacking quicker because he was one of the slower attackers from Na'Vi in that first match. But starting off strong. But wait a second, the King, he has to go back. He's taking his time. But wait, where is he?
Ooh.
What?
Road champion pulled him in.
He's playing that King with the controller, getting that King back in there. The Root Riders are back on track.
Yeah, that was very, very close right there because we also had Tesla spawn in the area, but the Queen deals with the Teslas, and that Royal Champion on defense just saved his pathing, but the King doesn't have his pathing secured yet. He's going to go in and path with the Root Riders and goes right into the poison. Not ideal right there, but the Royal Champion up top there makes her way through the Monolith, going to collapse in the top of the base, and the King will, I guess, take the poison with all the Root Riders going through the core, but still looking very, very good. More Root Riders being held for the back end of the base there. Didn't even drop them all. When you're trying to go so fast in your attacks and you're able to have enough space in your mind to be able to think that I need to hold extra troops on standby to go into the backside like extra Root Riders off of the bars instead of just dropping the whole stack is very, very impressive. But he's got it under control up there, and it looks like he will lock this one in at about a minute. What is it? Minute and 18? Minute 19 there for Picastro.
And that's actually a huge improvement in time if you compare it to the attack which he has done in the first match. I think he had 1 minute 36, which is a lot of less time in the second match already. So they're starting off really strong, which means then it's going to be back on Synchronic with their first attack. But the plan looked way more solid. The pathing especially looked really, really nice with the Baron King and the storage. Making sure that the Root Riders are staying back on track. The King looping back into this compartment, as I said, because of the defending Royal Champion. Luring him back in was a really big game changer because this means the Root Riders were pushed perfectly into that core of the base, meaning that this base had no chance of surviving.
I like the, I don't know, when I'm dropping troops there, when I'm playing this game, it's so hard, if I got like 6 or 7 Root Riders, to just not drop the whole stack there, especially if I'm in a rush to be able to get it all down. But he had the presence of mind to get a single Root Rider in the very top of the base there, one more Root Rider into the right side of the base there, just giving access for these other troops there, basically treating these extra Root Riders as wall breakers on top of providing tanking for those areas as well, and just giving him exactly what he needs, because you'll notice he had some wall breakers in the attack here, but only for the King and the Queen down at the very bottom of the base there. The rest of the attack there only used Root Riders to get the base open, and only used Root Riders outside of where he's using his heroes. So just a really, really well executed attack there, and to be able to do that at that pace is always going to be extremely impressive.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. Getting that deep breath out there, knowing that he did a really solid job with 1 minute and 19 seconds, which is a really, really good start for his team. And that's always what you have to do as the opener attacker for your team, trying to make your start into the match as optimal as possible. The question now is, can Synchronic as well repeat that performance? The first couple of attacks were really, really quick as well, but then they had one attack which was like way slower than the rest on with Genera X1, but Simon is going to start things off, and Picastro is actually going to be the first one defending on the Na'Vi side as well.
Now, Picasso has had some strong bases here that have got him through a lot of wars. So we'll see if he brings that same defense that he has in the past, and maybe he can slow Simon down. But like we said, we are expecting both of these teams to go to a double perfect war. And until we see otherwise, they got to keep the pace up to an absolute maximum. 3 skeleton spells blanket the top side of the base. King and Queen go into the defensive Queen. Top skeleton spell, getting a couple of troops up there with the World Champion, a couple super barbarians, Valkyries on the outside of the base. There are lots of different troops, like lots of switching of troops there as he makes his way in. Lots of switching of spells. That the more switching, the more changing troops around there, and then changing to different sides of the base there is more opportunities for a misclick, but I'm not seeing any issues here as he attacks with the runners on the right side as well.
Yeah, really clean opening, getting everything right. The clan castle was through with the topside heroes, which means the Root Riders do not have to worry about those defensive clan castle troops whatsoever. But the Root Riders on the far right side really quickly went down.
Yeah, they did. They got the walls open there, and the defensive king was anchoring down. Giant bombs went off in that area there, and the multi held the line. Road Champion moved across there. He's throwing in the rest of his super barbarians. They try to reinforce in the area that as the Road Champion goes through, but she gets sniped off by the monolith. He needs to get that multi down. He does. The super barbarians grab it. They clear the compartment. He's finishing off the core, and Simon will cheer as he will put out a lightning fast attack. You're locking in at 69 seconds. Unbelievable opener for Synchronic.
We said that Synchronic has to make it better than what we have just seen from Picastro, and they're doing that by beating them by 10 seconds already in the first set of attacks. That was lightning fast. Simon getting the job done, even though in the end there were some things going in his favor with the Fern Tower barely going down and getting then the 3-star, but it was in the end a really quick one. And you said it as well, the multitasking on this one was really impressive. Getting the spells right, getting the hero dive in from the top side, then the Root Riders on the bottom side. Everything happening at the same time was a really great showcase of skill during that attack.
And even the adjustments, like, that's the thing. Like, you could have it all planned out there, but you don't know where the traps are going to pop up there. And you have to have the versatility to not only play at an extremely fast pace, multitask like a madman, but then you have to make sure that you're in a position to be able to make adjustments where necessary, because that Tesla farm did give him a lot of trouble on the right side. It was just swarmed with skeletons as well. And he had the super barbarians go in there and reinforce in that area, and if he didn't get that area down, he would have spent another 10 or 20 seconds to loop back into that area with his main forces they crossed through the base there, but he got it under control. That is so impressive. Just those little things add up into massive time savers, and when these wars are coming down to a matter of seconds, you need to make sure that you can find anywhere to trim off a few seconds.
It's just great to see his celebration. I mean, he is just knowing that he has done an incredible job. 1 minute and 9 seconds. And he is loving it, getting that 3-star in there. And that was a really, really important one. But now it's back to Na'Vi. We have had the similar situation in the last match where one team taking the lead, but then was like switched back and forth. But can Na'Vi take the lead now back with their next attack? That's the big question here.
Yeah, that's still going to make it a very, very close war here. But because Picasso was still able to get it under 1 minute and 20, like, they're not far off there, and it's going to keep us into a very tight start of the war here. But those are the pace setters for the war. And with Synchronic starting off, like, that is a major way to rally your team, to show that you can begin the war with Na'Vi. Like, you can begin with a lead. And so get in Navi's head, put the pressure on, because maybe then you can get him to make a mistake there, and that's a big moment there for Synchronic. Now we'll see how it goes here, because Stars typically is the closing attack here, so to see him going at the very, very beginning of this war is going to be a little bit different change of pace here. So we see Na'Vi making adjustments on the fly here, and that might mean also that Synchronic has some tough bases and the other players need more time to work.
Yeah, that is always a possibility, or we can speculate on what exactly is going on. He is getting ready with his attack, and he is in. He is there with his Lalo, and I just wish him the best of luck that the Queen is not going to go down again, because that was so unfortunate. The Queen going down through her ability was such an unfortunate moment in his last attack, because the multitasking, we just talked about it, Multitasking during Root Rider attacks is, to be honest, not easy whatsoever. But doing that with a Lalo attack is just on a whole new level, and Stars is making that work. With the Lightnings getting the value, and his King now getting pushed into the core, with the Queen getting some value as well.
And lots of buildings removed on the inside there, but the King is going to make his way in, getting caught in the tornado trap. That'll stall him up for a minute, but I'd rather it hit the King while he's in a relatively low damage area than to catch a blimp here or something here. So that means that blimp is going to be safe, and the King is able to keep on power through that area without any problems. But the Queen's funneled in. She's going to go in and get the defensive Raw Champion out of the way here, which means that the Headhunters have to get the defensive Queen up top there. They got it under control, and that blimp does arrive to Town Hall. Everything's going very, very smooth here. Itsu, and he crosses that 40-second mark here as he continues to march forward.
Yeah, loons are everywhere. Minions are circling that base. There's even a Hound left alive on the far right side. This attack is just crazy. And he is barely at the 1 minute mark. It could be an insanely quick attack as well if those troops are nicely splitting, and it seems so far that is the case. There's a Ice Golem explosion in the core still. The Clancaster should go down and should be around the 1 minute and 47 seconds.
With her,
but that was again a masterclass of Stars with a lot of multitasking right there and getting the 3-star for Na'Vi
here, which is still very, very fast, but it wasn't as fast as the open attack there from the other side.
Well, we have now the next attack happening soon. But oh, I think Eric is back. Hello, hello, Eric. I hope you are back with us now.
Oh, there we go. My voice, my microphone crashed there for a second. We're back.
We're back. Exciting was just through the roof. Exciting was just on a too high level there.
Yeah, it definitely was. But we can see Stars going back in for the replay here. We can see how he set it up right here. I really like how he sets up his Lalo. Like, it is like a masterclass in how you should do this attack every single time, where he just makes so that he removes some targets that are a little bit deeper at the base there, and then the heroes go in and connect to those targets so that there's no defenses between the edge of the base there and the hole is created by lightning. And if the heroes are able to claim out either the Royal Champion or the Queen, then he can get the Lalo with Headhunters to go in after the other air targeting defensive troop.
That is 100% correct. It was overall really, really great approach with even having the back end Hound. That's always something which impresses me so much. It feels like, okay, the Lalo is slowly going down maybe, and then Stars is having another Hound with even like another 20 loons left on his hand to deploy. It is just so impressive to watch and to witness. And he's getting that 3-star in, the second 3-star for Na'Vi. And this means Synchronic is up next, and they are having things in their hand. Are they going to improve their time? Which would be insanely hard, because they have right now an average time of 1 minute and 9 seconds. So improving that would be not easy whatsoever.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that would be crazy. But I think the fastest war that I've ever seen Na'Vi pull off averaged 1 minute and 9 second triple right there. So, like, I know that that is possible. Obviously, if you can do it once, you could potentially do it 5 times. So now, this is, well, speaking of fast attacks here, we've talked about it before. Einstein is currently the world record holder for the fastest attack in Clash of Clans esports, using double invisibility to set into the base, and he's just going to push right into the defensive heroes. A very, very interesting approach right there. World Champion deploys in behind, and he's going to leave a couple defenses behind, but he's got Super Barbarians onto him, and that's one way to speed things up here. Remember, his fastest attack of all time was a 53-second attack.
That is a crazy start. I've never seen someone go in with a double invisibility spell to create better pathing for Root Riders. I mean, I'm doing that with the fireball equipment of the Warden, but doing it with Root Riders is just completely wild to me. The overgrowth spell, though, should not last any longer, which means it's coming back. But can he overpower this back? Because there's still quite some defenses left.
He's still stuck at those ice golems, and they keep freezing him up in the middle of the base as he just gets anchored down inside of that Town Hall poison. But the World Champion pops their ability there, spawning the hogs off the hog puppet, searching to way forward, but then immediately gets targeted by the Monolith. He freezes, but he doesn't get the Monolith in the freeze right there, and his World Champion goes down as a result of that. That's going to cost him some time there. Definitely would have liked that Royal Champion HP preserved so she can help on the backside. And that's going to cost him a bunch of time. You can see his disappointment right there as he has no more control. He's just going to coast his way through. And I think he should have the punch to get through this with his queen still alive. But it's going to cost him at least 20 seconds.
Yeah, the wall is going to stall that queen quite a bit. He's still going for that 3-star, but the mortar being out of range, which means he has to go through this one wall. Obviously,
Warden.
the queen is picking that max wall. Finally, the Warden switching to the Phoenix, following the Phoenix to take down the mortar, but it's a slow attack. And we have seen already in the first attack, one slow attack is all what it takes to make those matches close. Generex had one of those longer taking attacks, but it wasn't enough in the first one. Is it enough in this one? Because this one is even 5 seconds longer than their longest attack in the first match.
Yeah, and we talk about how when you're in a high pressure situation like that, where you're trying to do anything that can save you time, and a small mistake when you're in a rush like that, where he froze, and he froze the Teslas. I think it looked like he was trying to position that freeze so that it would cover the Teslas and the Monolith, which would have potentially kept the Royal Champion alive to sweep through the bulk of those, because she still had a lot of HP that she had to go into that area, and that Monolith took a ton of it right there, and a freeze would have saved her about half of her HP pool there, which honestly could have made a big difference on time and trimmed off at least a few seconds, you know? Like, I don't know if he would have had enough punch to actually get through the Tesla farm, but it is what it is here, and that just gave up a lot of time to send back towards Na'Vi, and now I guess we'll see what Kazuma can do as he gets ready for his attack.
Yeah, but it's not as crazy as I would have thought, because right now the average time for Na'Vi is 1 minute and 18, and on Synchronic side it's 1 minute 26. So it's not that big of a difference just because of the first attack of Synchronic being just that quick. Question now, though, is can Kazuma improve the average time of his team or make it a bit slower? We have the Root Riders again. We have the Overgrowth spell right now again, and this one is a non-max Overgrowth spell. I would love to know if this is intentional, because you can always max out the spell with using potions, right? But you can never downgrade it. So this might be actually strategical, intentional non-upgrade of that spell to make it last not as long, to make sure that it's better for your attack. Could be the option. I don't know. Maybe I'm speculating too much here.
Oh, the King missed a funnel, though. He looped out of the base right there and did not take the jump. So if he does have extra things that he is trying to just save times on, he's got bigger problems than that right now. He'll overgrowth the Town Hall. He's going to wrap around it. The King is at least in a position where he can provide some support there for the Queen and continue to tank there. And he is going to take a turn into the base now. So even though he missed a jump, he swags that jump effectively. The Valkyries are still going to take it over to the bottom side. And that overgrowth is about to wear off here, but he's stuck on ice golems to the core of the base. It's going to be a grind in the core there to get back to that Town Hall. But he's got the Royal Champion ability. He's got one freeze to get through it, and he might be in trouble here.
Well, we have the Queen struggling quite a bit to get that remaining defenses.
Keep going here.
Queen even
we got Kazuma making his way
down to the last
couple of
this is a defense,
and he's
because
got the Queen is barely hanging on.
King did not go inside with that jump spell, and this cost this attack so struggling quite a bit. But maybe the Unicorn can keep that Queen alive, but the time is problem. The Queen is having problems quite a bit to get through that wall. Can the Scatter reach that Queen? That's the question, Carvin.
Yeah, what an attack there, but unfortunately, the time, again, we saw from Synchronic and now from Na'Vi. It is a 3-star, so this question about time, it just might not be a factor at this point. If it's a perfect war, perfect, that is going to be huge. But look at this, the scatter shot's barely going down, the frozen arrows there, and a 3-star is coming in here for Na'Vi and Kazuma, but time is now definitely on Synchronic side.
Yeah, this is shifting that match quite a bit, but this means the nerfs are getting to the players, and that is a big momentum shift now. But we have seen already in the last deck of Synchronic, things like this happen. A funnel mistake because they're trying to go for time. Things are just not going your way with one attack, and this can cause quite a bit of snowball effect then for the other team. So this does not mean that this is match over whatsoever, but Synchronic should then be up next, and they have the chance then of getting maybe a better attack in, or maybe open up the door for Na'Vi to have maybe not as bad feelings about this. But we can see it again. The king walking around the bottom side, not going for the jump spell, made a huge difference in this attack.
That's really it. It really came down to the jump and the king running away from that. And we've seen it in attacks before. And unfortunately, he was not able to get the value with the king and causing problems. And Eric's been having a little bit of issues with the connection. So I'm jumping in here for this match at this point here. But the next attacker, General X, is attacking, and is it going to be MVP no matter what? Because it's been every time he's been getting the MVP votes in these MVP votings from the chat.
That is going to be the fact, like that's going to be the question if he can be the MVP again, because he's taking the same base actually. What? Na'Vi is deciding to bring the same base again. Because the last time General X had the slowest attack versus this base. Remember, he had a 1 minute 39 second attack versus this base. So the question now is he going to improve that time? Because he's switching things up. He's going with the log launcher this time around.
He is. Yeah, log launcher coming in to help snipe that multi-target Inferno, which is doing damage to it. As out comes that triple clan castle of the ice golem here with the queen making her way off to the right. Super Barbarians trying to go straight into the multi to help take that down as the king ability goes off to the left, taking that jump to move on into the core.
Yeah, the core is getting overpowered. The king is taking down the left side to push those root riders into the monolith. Again, we have this getting spell for the monolith, but the multi-infernal of the town hall is taking those skeletons quickly out. The queen around the right side, he has still freezes left. Is this going to be a quicker one as the one which he just had? The Rulers are not going for the Town Hall.
Yeah, the Town Hall, they have to finish on it as they're going to go to the outside. The Queen is taking a lot of damage here. A bunch of Headhunters to help take out the defensive King. As there's the RC ability with the Hogs coming from the RC Puppet. The Queen's continuing her way off, finishing on the Town Hall to then turn back around to grab these buildings here. And it is going to be a 3-star, finding a few Spring Traps. And General X grabbing the triple for Synchronic and tying this match up here from 9-9. But they have just over about, what is it, 20-second total average attack, or 27 seconds total in the attack of this war.
Yeah, so it's overall average-wise, we have 1 minute 27 to 1 minute 36, where Na'Vi is a slower team, which I think should match your numbers quite well if I'm not doing anything wrong right now. So this means Na'Vi right now is behind. They need a quick attack, and Gaku is up for this challenge. Is he up for this task? That's the big question here, if he can make this work.
Gaku, we know, is the person that's the only failed for Na'Vi, but he's not going to fail here. He's got a 3-star streak going in, and he's going to continue it since they are perfect so far this weekend. 15, 15, 15. They're looking to do it again, but he's got to be efficient. He's got to be quick. He's got to bring that time down because it's a 27-second total time that is in the advantage for Synchronic. So Gaku been bringing a lot of root riders. We saw Lalo coming in from Stars. Phillips been coming in with like some E-Dragons. So there's been a little bit of a mix, but it is, bat. Wait, what? Dragons and bats? Have they been saving this attack for this moment here to try to be as fast as possible? Do they know something we don't? Probably.
Maybe they think it's like the Creative Master series. Maybe. Yeah. But hey, they're going with the dragons, warning ability early on. And we see already, at the bottom side, around the Eagle Archery, there's not that much splash, right? It's the two multi-Inferno towers covering that entire flank. So if he's able to overpower those, I see the bats totally working. I mean, that could for sure work for this attack. But can he take down the core? Can he take down the scatter shots? That's the big question right now.
There we go. The bats are down. Tesla's popping up. The Tesla farm's going to do a lot of damage here to the bats. You just don't want the Eagle to lock onto them. As the minions are also coming through here, the bats can continue to wave through. With 4 freezes on the backside multi. There you go. There's the first one. And the bats are getting so much value and flying through the space here.
Oh, and that is quick as well. Remember, that should be quite a quick...
Oh, the eagle, though.
Wait, the eagle! Oh no, the bats.
Oh.
Fly faster, fly into the range of the eagle. Do something, but avoid that damage.
No! They take the damage, and he tried to be quicker with it as he now has to get through the defensive king, and it's taken quite a bit of time with the buildings up to the far right side still up. He needs to drop minions over there, and they know that they have to bring that time back down, and that is definitely probably playing a role in their selection of their strategies here.
Oh, that is not optimal, because even if it 3 stars, it is a slower one. 1 minute 1 minute and 30 seconds is passed by now. The scatter shot still left standing. The warden with the 2 dragons should take that out, no problem. But the queen slowly make their way around, and it's going to be the 3 star, but it's going to be a slow one, nearly 2 minutes, which is, weirdly enough, not the best attack possible for those 2 teams. They are just getting those perfect results non-stop. And this is a 1 minute 49 seconds, and for sure not an improvement for the average time of Na'Vi. And everything is now in the favor of Synchronic, and they have everything under control.
So all we have to see now from Synchronic is to be getting a triple and then another triple. That's all they got to focus on, is getting a perfect war, because we don't have a fail though from Navi, but the time is still heavily on Synchronic's side with that last attack. But anything can happen. Navi's hoping that they're going to get a defense. Let's see what Philip can come in. He's coming with Root Riders. He's coming with E-Dragons. We just saw a crazy drag bat attack, which we were not expecting. But unfortunately, the one thing that I was wishing not to happen was the Eagle Artillery locking onto bats. But here we go. Philip is up next, and he is also bringing dragons, but not a bat wave. Just only 1 bat spell.
Yeah, but that's the same base. That's the same base as
it is.
The base of which Generics had to attack. Because they have kind of like failed in the current meta, where they have gotten 1 minute 39 seconds in the last match. But this time around, it is Philip with the King Dive for the Town Hall, and then Dragons with the bats. And, well, it's not a bad wave as what we have just seen, but at least a bad spell in the mix as well.
Yeah, well, dragons are down, Warden as well. Balloons King's gonna go take out the enemy queen and that town hall. Stone Slammer coming through. Remember, if you stay far away from the clan castle, the ice golems will not get lured out of the CC if the dragons can help remove that clan castle before you get in range of it.
Yeah, and because this time around he has went for the town hall first, there is no town hall Inferno taking down those skeletons, which means the monolith is perfectly tanked right now. Scatter shot on the back end is still stuck on that king. Queen is now getting pushed in there, and this attack looks really solid so far, but it's not all about the back end. The Royal Champion, can she spawn those hawks and get to overpower the back end? The air defense is shooting, but the troops are just overpowering the last couple of defenses here.
Yeah, with the hogs coming right on around. Queen's taking out the ricochet cannon, and a 3-star here indeed from Philip with 2 balloons left to help use to clean up probably the bottom buildings. As there you go, drops them perfectly as this scatter shot is going down slowly, but the balloons will pass up that final building. And there you go, a 3-star coming in for Synchronic, but anything can happen in the final set of attacks here, where Synchronic is currently at 5 minutes and 56 seconds total, and Navi is at 6 minutes 38 seconds.
Yeah, it is still quite a big favor in for Synchronic, especially considering that there's only 1 attack each left, which means at this point Navi has to hope for a defense. Mark, the finisher for Synchronic, has to mess up, but first Klaus is going last for Navi. He needs to get that 3-star to force the pressure then on the other team to somehow mess up. But all he can do at this point is just get the 3-star. Everything else does not matter anymore.
Yeah, he's going for 3 stars and hoping for a defense as he's looking to take out the captain of Synchronic, Klaus, the final attacker here. And this is the final match this weekend. There's no other one. Synchronic was able to force a bracket reset, and this is their opportunity to try to take a golden ticket, as Klaus is now in with 2 clone spells and 7 dragons, trying to be under the 60-second mark and try to set a new world record.
That's what they have to do kind of here. It is not going to be easy, but remember, this base already defended for Synchronic with the double invisibility towers earlier in the tournament. So is this approach going to be what they need? That is the main question here. Oh!
There you go.
That is the giant arrow. I think you have to be happy for that one because this core and the spare towers are completely useless by now.
And there we go. We got Super Minion Blimp cloning as he makes the town hall invisible so the super minions can try to shoot around it, but unfortunately they're not really getting the value as they pulled a bunch of traps and went down.
Oh no, the traps and the sweeper really has cost him. Is the tunnel? Yeah, the tunnel at least is going down. That is good news for him. But is it going to be enough to even 3-star, to be honest? Quick one. I don't really see that one coming. That this is a quick attack. It's more about, like, at this point, just getting the 3-star to then hope for a defense versus the last attacker of Synchronic.
Yeah, with the RC ability still intact, the Dragon's trying to get through the core. The defensive Queen's doing a lot of damage as he still has the ricochet cannon still up here, and it might not be a triple because he was going all out to try to be fast, but unfortunately, with that sweeper pointing right over that town hall, I wonder if he wanted to try to have that arrow line up for the Queen to even take out the sweeper on the backside. But hey, it's looking like it will be a 3-star here. That Queen's taking the ground expo. So at this point, they know they can't win on time. So if Mark triples, they win. But if he gets a 99% 2-star, they will lose.
Well, the pressure is on, and even though both teams so far are not so 3-starred, I think this 3-star feels way harder than any of the other attacks before. It's kind of like the same as if you're attacking in Clan War or somewhere, that same town level as you typically do. Attacking like a low town level sometimes feels harder because there's more pressure, right? Like, because there's people expecting you to kind of get the result. Yeah. And this right now feels the same way because so far it was all about time. Right now, it's only about getting a 3-star, and this sometimes can force more pressure on you. But hey, Mark so far has been an incredible win in this position. So can he just finish things off and 3-star stars to get that first golden ticket of the year?
So if he gets a 3-star, and it's the whole time, they actually will lose. So a 3-star actually is at 100% guarantee, because if he gets a 2-minute and 36-second 3-star, then it will be tied. So he's got to be faster than that mark. As we are seeing the Root Riders, the Valkyries, balloons are down. We got a Siege Barracks off to the right side with the P.E.K.K.A.s coming out. And here we go as the Queen's coming to the left as she goes forward this Town Hall as the Root Riders are down with that Grand Warden. Yeah, the Root Riders perfectly go for that scatter shot. The right tower going off though, and the Single Tower picking off some of those P.E.K.K.A. on the outside already. The Queen, yeah, it's not really going where she's supposed to. King as well. This might get interesting here. He doesn't have a wall break, so he will have to walk around to help deal with that defensive king. So he doesn't go into the town hall compartment, dropping a couple super barbarians. Hang on, super minions coming out of that siege barracks from the far right side. The Root Riders are splitting off to the right. He does have a few going back to the town hall now. Oh, he's missing the town hall with that freeze. Another freeze has to be invested. Town hall, is it going to go down? The Valkyrie's there? The one Valkyrie? No! The town hall is staying up! You cannot make this up. He has to get that 3-star as you said it, and he has to make sure that it's not too slow. There's no spells left. There's no spells left, Carbon. He's got RC ability. This is where you need the RC shield to skip through. There's just snipe that town hall. The builders are doing work. The maxed out builders. Can he hit the mark here as the Royal Champion continues? He's got to pop that ability. Superman's working through the clan castle. Come on, remember the town is going to explode. It's going to even slow down the Royal Champion a little bit more. But there are the super minions as well. This one was a hard attack, but he is celebrating because he knows that this is enough. Another 15-15 result, but Synchronic coming out on top yet again. 1 minute 33 seconds. That is quick enough. That is fast enough to actually get them this victory. And Synchronic are beating Na'Vi back to back. And oh my goodness, that was a close one. It was. That town almost stayed up, and it could have been a fail, but it's not. As Synchronic get a perfect war, Na'Vi as well, and what a run Synchronic had in this tournament, getting sent down to the lower bracket, and then winning, coming back, forcing a bracket reset, and then winning that one as well. Synchronic truly, absolutely, no doubt deserves the very first golden ticket this year, and that means we will be seeing them again in the World Finals. Wow.
Just with how impressive and consistent they are early in this year, winning the first golden ticket, winning the world's warm-up championship or title, it is just super impressive to watch. And welcome back, Eric. What did you make out of the second half of this match?
Oh man, that was intense, and then my whole house was shaking from the thunder from the storm rolling in. Oh man, that was just making it even better. What a crazy war here. I can't believe that. I'm like kind of shocked that Na'Vi decided that they were gonna be like breaking out like Dragbat, and this, like, that seems like it was just a weird attack there. But then again, we saw that in their previous war there when they broke out the witches, so it cost them a lot of time there, and that ultimately, in combination with a few other things there, put them way behind on time. I mean, Synchronic though, holy cow, they have come out swinging here, going all the way through and taking the win from a lower bracket sweep. That is a very rare thing, and only a few teams have ever pulled that off, and that's definitely deserving of a golden ticket.
Oh, 100% deserves the golden ticket, coming all the way through that lower bracket, taking it, and now they don't have to worry about any other tournaments. They can just play in the community tournaments and try to win those, because they can take it easy at this point. They won't be able to play in the future ones since they already have a golden ticket, but Na'Vi, they can't. They're going to try again, trying to get a golden ticket, and Na'Vi already has now a silver ticket, so they will be playing in the last chance qualifiers if they do not win any of the monthly finals, which we will still have later this year, Itsu.
Yeah, but just based off the performance of Na'Vi, I feel like we will see them guaranteed in a similar position as in this tournament again in one of the next monthly qualifiers, because that was just super impressive. But let's take a look at the MVP. I have already a guess who it might be, but
of course.
Well, what are you guys doing with the votes? It's, I mean, 32% voting for X. I mean, I felt like the finisher attack move from Mark was quite impressive, or maybe the 1 minute and 9-second opener attack of Cyber. Hey, you guys love X, that is totally fine. 32% of you said he is the MVP of this match and getting the votes in there, and overall his team won, so I think he will be quite happy anyways.
Wow. All right, well, that's fun. However, the person who closed out the war is standing by to have a little talk with us. So let's bring on Mark here from Synchronic, and let's see how he feels about getting the first golden ticket to the World Championship.
Wow. Welcome here, Mark. Congratulations on winning the very first golden ticket. Take us through your thoughts of how your tournament this weekend was.
It was incredible. I mean, we started off with a lot of difficulties. We had the disconnect with the camera, and because of that, we moved to the lower bracket. But we prepared a lot of bases to make that lower bracket run, and we said after that loss, so now now we can not only beat the teams, we can like get them out of the tournament, and we just did that and beat everyone.
You proved you guys deserve the golden ticket. You took the hardest road possible, and again, congratulations to you and Synchronic. And on your way through the lower bracket, you took down some amazing teams as well. Is there any teams that you are expecting to potentially join you in the World Finals that you're excited to see how they're going to perform?
Definitely Na'Vi. They had an incredible run. I think they stayed perfect throughout the tournament almost, and it was like very close matches against them, though GG's, and very well fought. I guess they will join us at the World Cup, and I also think the former world champion Anarchia, or the free agent, sorry, probably qualifiers, and Vatang looked very strong as well.
Yeah, tons of amazing teams throughout this tournament, and you had to go through a gauntlet to even get there. Again, congratulations. Is there any final words, any thank yous you want to give out here?
Yeah, thank you to everyone who supported us. We got a lot of help, but also thank you to our fans to support us. We appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations. Cannot wait to see what you and Synchronic can do in the World Finals later this year. And there's going to be so many more amazing matches to come. And we're going to see you probably in the finals and many more community tournaments because you guys are just so amazing. Again, congratulations. Cannot wait to see you guys later. So we'll go jump back to the desk here with the guys. And what an amazing performance that we had from Mark and Synchronic. They really put on a showcase, and as you saw what he says, he's expecting to probably see Na'Vi, Vatang, free agents. There's so many amazing teams. They're proving why they are so good. And again, here's the final bracket of the run that they had to make in order to get that golden ticket at 2.
Yeah, and that was just impressive. From, as you said, like the difficulties in the beginning with the disconnect of the camera, just going to the lower bracket, and then like 15 stars versus mid team, 15 stars versus free agents, winning versus a Vatang, which was looking unstoppable, to be honest, and then winning back-to-back versus Na'Vi. I mean, are you joking? This was just an incredible run for sure. But let's take a look at what exactly they won with winning this entire competition, Eric.
Yeah, and to think that they went, like, breaking Navi's streak right there and getting the $18,000 first place prize on top of the golden ticket. Like, Navi's still walking away with $12,000 for their second place in the overall, and that means that they'll be able to get that, and then they can go into future qualifiers and then try again and maybe win some more prize money there. Maybe if they still make it to the World Championship, they still end up with more money over the year. So who knows? Maybe that's their whole plan. Maybe that's their secret plan. They're playing this 500 IQ.
Maybe they're playing the long game, and each monthly finals they win second, so they can get as much prize pool as possible, and then get the golden ticket in the last chance qualifier. Maybe you never know, but obviously you want to get that first golden ticket. Yeah,
all 4 silver tickets. That's good.
Yeah, just get all 4 of them. Does that equal gold? No, it doesn't, because you still have to play in the last chance qualifiers. But it's been an amazing weekend here. Before we wrap it up, is there any final words you guys, my amazing co-casters, have? Start with you, Itsu.
I just think it really shows that it's a lot about this clutch factor. I feel like we have talked a lot about stats, about like how teams have performed over the entire tournament, but I feel like especially showing up at the right moments is such an important thing, especially in Clash of Clans and in esports in general. And I think for sure Synchronic have done that, and for that I think they for sure deserve that golden ticket in the end. And it was just a pleasure to watch and pleasure to cast with you guys, and can't wait for the next month, I guess.
And it's always fun to watch that like underdog story of the team who gets knocked out of the very first bracket and then has to sweep the whole lower bracket. Like, they had an unbelievable run through so many good teams, and we almost even had a lineup for them playing in the semifinals against Na'Vi. And so that being delayed and having to sweep the lower bracket and go with a reroute right there, that made when they were able to actually meet up with Na'Vi and then take them down twice all the sweeter. So huge congratulations to Synchronic for being the first team to make it to the World Championship for 2024. It's a very, very big deal, and I'm excited to see what they do once they get there.
Indeed, since there is only 6 golden tickets total to be given away this entire year, so it's so important to be trying to get the golden ticket as early as possible so you don't have to worry about that. But again, a huge thank you to production, to Supercell, to my fellow co-casters, the players, and all of you at home watching, because make sure you guys don't miss next month on May 25th when we'll be back for the next month's May finals, where that is where you at home can try to compete. Make sure you guys are looking in game, following the Twitter, the X over for the Clash of Clans esports, so you get all the information about the signups and how you can participate. But again, huge congratulations to Synchronic for winning the first 2024 golden ticket. Cannot wait to see them at the World Finals. Until next month, Clash on.
Defense, we can just blanket that entire area of the base there with freezes all day long, and he will lock get another fast one for Na'Vi. He pops him right there. Invisibility goes off. He's got the Town Hall. Freeze the monolith. And there it is. Stars will lock in the win and will get it done with the witches and send Na'Vi to the grand finals. Quick, he's in a lot of trouble here. Not just getting the triple, but even getting the 2-star right now.
Percent mark, and we're gonna see Synchronic taking the victory over Vatang and making their way to the grand finals. It's already starting with the Warden, and he's got a Diggy on the Warden. World Chips already deployed. Everything's coming down at once. Good luck, Stars.
They clear the compartment. He's finishing off the core, and Simon will cheer as he will put out a lightning fast attacker, locking in at 69 seconds. Unbelievable opener for Synchronic.
He's got to pop that ability. Superman's working through the clan castle. Come on, remember the town's gonna explode. It's gonna even slow down the World Champ a little bit more.
This one was a heart attack, but he is celebrating because he knows that this is enough. Another 15-15 result, but Synchronic coming out on top yet again.